Give me a kiss, chat.
Here. This is who I'm having on right now. 1 second, I'll
When
be
we
back
think
in.
about community, right? This is what community is about. That for us, for workers, for people of color, for the unhoused, for immigrants, LGBT folks, and all the people our society neglects. Being part of a community is power. Alone, we're vulnerable, but together, we're strong. It's pretty simple. All we have to do is show up. Community is showing up. Power is standing side by side in the struggle. Community is power. When we think about community, right? This is what community is about. That for us.
Fuck, I almost fell. Huh. Okay, folks. I am going to be hosting Hugo Soto-Martinez, who's running for LA City Council District 13 to build community power for workers, immigrants, the unhoused, and people of color, young people, and all of us who have been neglected by our city officials. His website is hugo2022.com. I am going to give him a call right now, and we're going to get started. All right?
Once seen the I don't have time argument as a consultant working in this space.
Hello?
Hello there.
Hey, what's going on, man? Can you turn on your camera?
At HasanAbi, have anti-vaxxers considered that they can't play the new Wolverine?
Are you with Josh right now?
If they die of COVID?
Here we go.
Sony Pfizer collab, let's go.
Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can see you now. All right, I'm going to turn off my camera now, okay?
Cool.
And then we're just going to show you, okay? Let me just, like, put you on the screen real quick. Let's...
This guy's cool and all, but he's no Jake Paul. Can you get Jake Paul on?
Okay, you can start talking now, but here, you are... All right, perfect. You are now on camera. What's going on, man?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. We just watched your campaign video that you put out. You're running for LA City Council District 13. And, you know, there's a bunch of questions I want to ask you. Shouts out to Josh and Drosky for setting this up. I'm very excited to have you on today. What's up?
I'll make sure to thank him. And yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. So you have a background in organizing. You have a background in labor organizing, right? If I'm not mistaken, hotel unions.
That's right. I was a non-union hotel worker for 7 years, helped win the union in my workplace. I've been now for 15 years.
All right. So yeah, give us a little bit more background information on you know, what led you to want to run for city council.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So joining the union to me was incredibly transformative. I had just got out of college. I was like 6 weeks away from graduation. I'm working full time. I'm working at this non-union hotel, and getting ready to take my LSAT, go to law school. And they started organizing the union. I had been there for 7 years, since I was 16 years old. And so I knew that I couldn't just walk away from this fight that was happening. I knew it was going to be transformative for the workers. And so my coworkers and I, we got together. We went to management. We said, we want to form a union. And it was incredibly transformative because up until that time, managers had never treated us with respect. Never fixed any of the issues. We were basically ignored. And after doing that, I felt, that they respected us, that they listened to us. And a few months later, we had won a union. We had won wage increases, free family health insurance, a pension for the workers. And so, I've been doing that for 15 years now. But, when you look around the city I grew up in, you see that even though we're fighting really hard for our members, just the world is changing around them. The rents are increasing, and even our members who make $23, $25 an hour, are living day by, week by week, check by check. The increase of homelessness is exploding in the city. The issues of our environment and how we treat our planet are just,
Okay.
it's terrible to see what's happening. And the generations of our members, are just getting worse. Generationally, we're not improving in the city. And so I think as an organizer, one of the things you always recognize is, well, how can you do more? How
Let's
can the
go.
movement do more for people? And so I think there is an opportunity here to transform not only the city and the district with a grassroots campaign that it's going to be, a lot of DSA members, labor unions, and grassroots activists are going to come together and do it. So I think that after many years of organizing, I see a turn in the city where grassroots candidates can take out someone who's been very much ingrained in the power structure of the city. So I just see it as a continuation of the work that I've been doing in the union. It's just on a much larger scale, and so that's kind of what inspired me to run.
Okay, that's awesome. I do want to talk to you about like unionizing your workplace, because there's a lot of chatters in here that already work in like non-union jobs that are interested in that sort of thing. Like, what are the best methods to start? And how can they get more information? This is certainly very valuable on that front. If you want to elaborate a little bit on that.
Oh wow. Okay, you're speaking my language, speaking my love language here. I could
Great.
talk for I could talk for hours about this, but I'll try to keep it brief. Number one, secrecy is important. The minute the managers sniff anything regarding the union, they're going to want to stomp it out. They're going to want to stop. They see that as a rebellion of the working class, which it is. And so secrecy is absolutely important. Number one, you have to, and so that's number one. Number two is just very quickly map out people's sort of political leanings, right? If they're more lefty, more socialist, they like unions, have them make a list of the people that are pro, like you would say are leaning towards the union. You don't have to talk about the union when you do this. Talk about Bernie Sanders. Talk about the issues of homelessness. Try to get an understanding of where they lean. Make a list of those people, and then I think start having those underground meetings with those just select few people. And I think get the backing of an organization. I hear Local 11 does a lot of amazing work. We do restaurants, hotels, stadiums, and airports. So you got to have the backing of a union. Again, obviously, there's other unions, other industries, but having that list of the pro-union people, doing it in secrecy, and then approaching a more established organization, that is, if workers came to me with a list of everyone that was pro-union and saying they're ready to organize, and it's been in a secret, and the manager has knows, we're already way ahead in winning the union at that workplace. So there's a couple things you can do. Again, I can talk about for hours for that, but I think that is a very simple thing people can do, which is not very difficult, I think, in my opinion.
So why should people care about a LA City Council position, though? Like, you're running for LA City Council CD 13, right? Why should I have an international audience? Why should they care? Well, not an international audience, but like, why I have a national audience that's pretty large. And that sounds contentious,
look,
but I'm not asking. I want you to give us an answer.
Yeah, for sure. LA City Council is the individual council members are more powerful than the mayor. We have a weak mayor, which is called a weak mayor, so they don't really have a lot of say. And so, for folks that live in LA City, or at least LA proper, the council member makes all these decisions regarding housing, the criminalization, whether they support good union jobs, basically transportation issues within the city. They handle all of that. And I think for folks that are listening outside, that are not in Los Angeles or California, we have to think about the role that Los Angeles plays in policy, right? If you've heard of the SWAT team, that started in Los Angeles, right? Operation Hammer during the Olympics, that's what it started here. Prop 22, which essentially stripped away the rights of who is a worker with the gig economy, happened here in California. And so policy that happens in Los Angeles gets transported to the rest of the country. And this is the same thing, by the way, the same thing has happened regarding immigration stuff. I know one of my friends who was from Omaha, and she came to Los Angeles to organize immigrant workers because she says whenever something would happen in Los Angeles or California, it would show up in Omaha. And so this is absolute fact. And so what we do in the second largest city in the country, not only do we transport policy and ideas, but also can be an inspiration for other folks and really lead the progressive wave. And I think that's why people should care. I think that's absolutely a reason why people should care about LA city politics.
All right, perfect. So there's a lot of issues that obviously we have here in Los Angeles, even though it is considered a California, commie paradise, right? How do you choose to address some of these issues, specifically starting with homelessness?
Well, I mean, I wish it was California, but unfortunately, it is not. We have the largest prison population in the country, the largest undocumented population in the country, and a bunch of other things that we should not be proud of. But particularly regarding the issue of homelessness, right? It's a complicated issue, but it basically comes down to how does the city view a person that is unhoused, right? Do we see them as a failure of society, or do we and look at really the systemic racism and the systemic inequalities that created this, or do we criminalize them? Unfortunately, a lot of people have taken the route of criminalizing because it's easy. It's easy to say the way we get rid of them is just by banish them, get it out of sight, out of mind. I want to live in La La Land. I want this to be like Disneyland, right? But that is not and why is that easier? It's easier because if you start looking at why homelessness exists, you're going to look at the racist redlining policies that existed in this country. You're going to look at racist covenants that have caused Black families and people of color to not have access to generational wealth. You're going to see an inflated police budget that continues to be that grows every single time, mostly to deal with nonviolent crimes and homelessness issues. So to look at homelessness issue through through the lens that I look at is to really address the root causes of to look at the roots of capitalism, in my opinion, because that's the thing that's causing homelessness. That's the thing that's making people be thrown out of their homes. And so not only are we going to lead with that analysis, but I think we're going to change the way we look at the issues of our society. We have to look at the systemic reasons of homelessness. And there's a big progressive wave happening here, and so I think winning this seat is going to create shockwaves because we're running an incumbent who has continued to criminalize the homeless, who continues to allow the gentrification in his area, and he's been in city politics for over 20 years. 10 years as an elected, and then another 8 as a staffer. So we are going to beat someone who is deeply entrenched in the system of City Hall. And I think that's going to send an incredible message to the rest of the city of like what the city, where the city has arrived, especially with the activism.
You want to talk about some of the stuff that the incumbent that you're running against has done so far with respect to criminalizing homeless people, like some of the worst things that they've done?
I mean, so the worst things they've done, and this made national news, is Echo Park Lake.
Yeah.
Right. Echo Park Lake is it's. By the way, the Echo Park Lake that I remember is not the Echo Park Lake that it is now. It used to be a mostly brown community, huge investment from the city, try to beautify it. Of course, it's caused massive gentrification. And so recently, through the COVID pandemic, there was an increase of unhoused living at the park. And unfortunately, this council member decided to take a very aggressive approach in the middle of the pandemic. Under the threat of being arrested, pushed many people into temporary housing, not permanent, just temporary. And then at the end, there was estimates are between 10 and 15 unhoused, and a lot of advocates supporting them in their decision to stay at the park. And he brought over 400 police officers, cost the city over $1 million in overtime that paid to the police. And in the process, over our estimates, again, over 20 journalists were arrested in the process, and somebody had their arm broken. This is not the way we treat the unhoused, and B, the people who are expressing their First Amendment rights. And the one thing, and so that's absolutely despicable in my opinion. But one of the untold stories that happened at Echo Park Lake is when it did reopen, eventually it reopened, right? And not only were the unhoused not there, but also the street vendors were gone, right? And someone who grew up with street vendor parents, that had nothing to do with unhoused. This is about the banishment of working class people of color of the city. And so it had many layers to it. Again, people hear more about how the unhoused were treated, but the street vendors get ignored, but they were also affected by this. And I think it's just the process of cleansing that area of people that look like me, unfortunately.
Yeah. And that happened because the demographic in that region has changed, obviously, right? Dramatically through a series of gentrification that has also caused the homelessness crisis in that area as well. Because when there's more gentrification happening, then there are, there are some people that were fortunate enough to be able to be homeowners in that area selling their houses. But in most circumstances, black and brown populations are still destined to a lifetime of renting. So all you're doing is evacuating renters and driving up property value while simultaneously pricing people out of the housing market, which is why people become homeless to begin with, living out of their cars, or even in the most dire circumstances, living inside of a tent. And obviously that's no solution. I see that you're interested in a housing first strategy with respect to ending the homelessness crisis. By creating opportunities and creating permanent shelter, not just homeless shelters, right? Not just like pushing these people into homeless shelters, but instead, but instead creating permanent shelter opportunities. Can you speak a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So, the way we're going to eliminate homelessness is going to take years. Like we just have to admit that. But there's things we can do right now to alleviate the issues of homeless right now. And so that's number one is commandeering the hotels, right? I work at the Hotel Workers Union. Let me tell you, when the pandemic hit, and even now, because I visit these hotels every single day, they are not at 100% occupancy. They're at 30%, they're at 40%. And some of them were completely closed during the pandemic. In fact, some are still closed right now. Why can't the city take over those hotels for the public good? We could do that right now. But there is no political will, because you're going to tell us property owner that's now part of the city's process, right, of housing the homeless. We could do that right now. I estimate that if we were to do it right now, every single unhoused person could have a place to sleep tonight if we did that. But there's no political will, right? But I think the longer term process is about how we view housing, right? Housing is not a commodity. It should not be viewed that way. It is a human right, and every single person should have a roof over their head. It should be a guarantee. And so I think we also have to look at how the housing policies have created the homelessness crisis, right? Those racial covenants, the lack of affordable housing, the building the luxury market rate in our backyard, right? We have to decommodify it. We have to pass laws like TOPA, which is going to give renters an ability to buy the buildings. For example, if I rent, and so if the owner of this building were to sell it, if we had TOPA, which is a tenant opportunity to purchase agreement, we, the tenants of this area, of this, the 60 units here, would be legally given the first opportunity to buy the apartment. We need policies like that, because then we have a collective, we have a cooperative, there's no owner, we are like literally paying rent for ourselves. Right. And so we have to think about how we start decommodifying. I think that's one way that is starting to gain traction in this country.
It's a wonderful idea. It's similar to the first right of refusal before an IPO that I think Corbyn advanced in the UK originally for like democratic ownership over the means of production in workplaces or in businesses that were either going to go public or in businesses that were actually defaulting or going bankrupt. Obviously there needs to be a funding mechanism for that. I don't know if you've like covered that side as well, some public banking in that situation, because like there needs to be some kind of trust to be able to finance decisions like that beyond like individuals. It's still a good start, but I do believe that there's a little bit more necessary behind that to be able to fund endeavors such as that when people do want to buy their apartment complexes or houses.
Yeah, absolutely. Funny. Yeah, funny you mentioned the public bank, because that is literally being debated in California and in Los Angeles right now. There's a state bill, and then it's being pushed through the city committee structure. I said LA City, and that has a lot of support. There's only one public bank, and I think it's in North Dakota or South Dakota. I always get the Dakotas confused. But yeah, that's another thing that's a big thing. And you know, LA City at any given time, and this a controller admitted this a few months ago. We have $10 billion at any given time sitting in our city coffers. Well, if we had a public bank, we would be able to borrow 10 times the amount, just because the way banking laws work, 10 times the amount. That means we as a city would have access to $100 billion of capital, right? And so when we're talking about the decommodification of housing and other programs that we could do, is like having that bank would accelerate the ability for us to fund these programs. And so that is another thing that I'm very excited about supporting. I support it. I got my, you know, just a little FYI, I got my union to support this, and so, you know, that's part of some of the work that I'm trying to do is like the labor movement be very progressive and very active in giving people worker power through policy. So, you know, hopefully that passes too. We got to make sure that passes and really unleash the ability for us to do things in the city.
Let's talk about what's going on with the recall. What are your thoughts on the recall? Are you said you're a part of like labor organizing? I'm assuming you're also, are you a DSA member?
I am very proudly a DSA member. That's
Okay.
right. I've showed you my card in my pocket.
So all of my friends that are also members of the DSA are actively calling up people for the Democratic Party right now, unfortunately, because they are against the recall for understandable reasons. What are your opinions on it? I wanted to hear. I mean, there's PSL is organizing. Like Gloria de la Riva is organizing against the recall to tell you where the situation is here in California. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm against the recall, obviously. You know, but the recall I think is really endemic of what's happening not only in the state but also in the city of Los Angeles, right? And so in the city of Los Angeles, we have someone running for mayor who's a police officer who's talking about criminalizing the homelessness, and that's becoming very palpable in the city. And so what's happening at the state level is endemic of that dynamic. It's like we are experiencing a right-wing backlash against all the progress we made last year regarding the uprisings. And so, yes, I will support, you know, holding the governor in his office. You know, as I've done many times, it's not about, you know, we have to make these smart decisions. It's like with the presidential race. I wanted Bernie. I was diehard Bernie. When he didn't get the nomination, yeah, I was upset. I was angry. And then I got my ass to, sorry, I'm not sure for Chris, but I got myself over to Arizona.
Curse all you want,
did everything
man.
I could to make.
This is not a serious news broadcast. I mean, don't worry, trust me. He can curse as much as you want.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I got over there. I did what I could because I knew that at the end of the day, who's going to be hurt the most is working class people. And so we got to fight back the recall and make sure we keep pushing our progressive policies across the state.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk about that for a second too, because like there's a lot of chatter coming out of you know, extremely online leftists and whatnot. I hate to like bring this up because you're doing like serious work on the ground, but you know, this is an online news show. But there are some in my community as well that are regularly saying like, oh man, you guys are you're the mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. Is there a particular reason why? Like, is there anything you want to tell these people that you're like the reasons for why you, as an organizer who's like literally putting your money where your mouth is and like going out and running for you know, a position in local government, why you are also on board against the recall? Because the alternatives are horrifying. I mean, Larry Elder.
Yeah, I look, I always go back to like these organizing maxims that I've learned, right? First one is, do you want to be right or do you want to organize? Right? This is not about an argument, it's about organizing. And the second one is, look, this is a question of power, right? If you have the power, you're going to get what you want. If you don't have the power, then you have to go back and build more power. And so we have the power to to stop the recall. We don't want to. It's not acting out of ego, right? And at the end of the day, it's not, the people that are going to suffer the most are people who don't have a voice. This is the undocumented people of this country, right? Of this city, which we have 1 million. We have 1 million in LA County. It's going to be the street vendors who are going to get hurt. It's going to be the unhoused that get hurt. It's going to be people who don't have the ability to tap into a larger structure of power. Those are the people that are going to be hurt the most. And so, we can think about what's right, what's wrong, things like that. But at the end of the day, I can move past that stuff because I work with people every single day who are going to get hurt, who are going to get pulverized by the system. The thing about Arizona I kept thinking about is I've done a lot of immigration work in the union. And all I could think about when I was in Arizona is what's going to happen to my friends who are under the threat of deportation under Trump because they don't have a status, right? And every day they lived in fear. And you know what? They got their asses out there and they were door knocking in 100-degree heat. So it's easy to say, make these arguments of why not support it. But if you're rooted in the work and you're rooted in the consequences that these decisions have, it doesn't take you very long to move yourself into action. So that's what I would say to people.
All right, cool. Do you want to talk about some other stuff that you are running on with in comparison to like the incumbent currently? Like what will you do differently? I mean, I feel like the position that you're going for seems unimportant to the untrained who's like, oh, like I don't get it, like it's just like a small local position, but it is incredibly important, especially because of how much power a city council member has in Los Angeles. You're like a mini mayor. I mean, you would have a lot of autonomy over a gigantic area that is a mixed demographic that has poor people, relatively well-off people, and you have responsibility over them. You have control over the budgets, right? To a certain degree, you can focus on like housing homeless people in that region, in that area, in the way that you want to. And then also on top of that, having more progressives and having leftists in these positions, in the city councils, in numerous other Los Angeles districts, also creates a lot of power and a lot of momentum and a lot of organizing ability for the left. And who knows what the ceiling is there with respect to like Los Angeles government or with respect to California government even. It's the opportunities are endless. So I do understand why it's important to. I was going to ask you to say all this, but I said it instead. Sorry. Anyway,
I can phrase it in a slightly different way, although very, very similar. One of the things I've been organizing for 15 years now in the union, and I saw, like, I remember the May Day marches, when it was like 200 people, right? And I've been keeping track of the city. I'm like looking at it. Okay, what is happening right now in Los Angeles, and not just Los Angeles, in many, many, many parts of the country, is the only comparison that we have is to the civil rights movement, where there was lots of protests. Like in 1964 was a year there was more protests than any other time in the country. That was beat recently, I think in 2018, 2019. And in Los Angeles in particular, because I'm from here, is we saw a grassroots candidate beat an incumbent, which hadn't happened in 20 years. So to me, what that said was the power that and I go back to my power phrase, right? It's like we have built enough power where we can take one seat. We could take one seat. Now, the thing that's very inspiring to me is that I come from the labor movement, right? I come from a very, very powerful union, very much done the work with different unions and things like that. And for a very long time, the labor movement still has a lot of power. But combining those two bases, the grassroots energy, the socialists, the enviros, with labor, I think could be incredibly transformative in this city. When we talk about the Green New Deal, this is what we're talking about, right? The transformative power of bringing labor and workers together. Incredible. When we look at the housing and homelessness crisis, creating jobs where we take the unhoused to go out and organize, other unhoused. Being able to merge these two worlds, I think it can have like incredible effects in the kind of power that we can build for working class people. So, I'd say of all the candidates running, all the progressive candidates, I'm the only one that has like this very, very extensive labor background. But I also, obviously, I'm an organizer with DSA as well. But I think seeing these two worlds combine, I mean, I'm very inspired by the possibilities of what it could turn into.
All right, perfect. Do you wanna talk about anything else before I let you go?
Yeah, I mean, the last thing, like you mentioned, we are a grassroots organization, and so if everyone on this call donated $5, it'd be incredible boost to our campaign. And so you can go to bit.ly/Hugo donate.
Yeah, we've been spamming the link too in the chat.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, look, it's like like Bernie Sanders won because many people made small individual donations. That is our campaign. We're not taking any corporate, any fossil fuel, any developer, any cop money for sure. Not taking any of that. We're going to be fueled by the people, for the people, and we're going to take that power and we're going to put it in the hands of the people who deserve it the most. And so that's what our campaign is about.
What about donations from homeowners, like a person who owns a house, for example? Like, is that unethical? I don't know. I'm just asking for a friend,
Yeah, tell your friend that is just fine. What encompasses your friend, it is not a house that they own, but rather the totality of the person, and we would gladly take that donation.
Okay, I'm letting you know you're going to get donations from a bunch of people that live in houses. Okay, so that could be a problem. You could get attacked for that, as I'm a big I'm a big sellout apparently for purchasing a home. Anyway, all right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you so much for coming on. We'll have you back on, obviously, as the election
would love to be
is
here
closer.
again.
I just wanted to spread the word a little bit, and I hope that was productive for you as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. I enjoyed being on.
All right. Bye.
All right, have a good one.
Okay, folks, that was Hugo Soto-Martinez running for CD13. I will show you on a map what that is. He's been an organizer with Unite Here Local 11 in Los Angeles for the past 15 years. And he's great. And I wanted to I wanted you guys to get a feel for what's going on in the world, in Los Angeles politics at least. Okay? He helped me throw my pump. What? Los Angeles, breaking news. Los Angeles, the nation's second largest school district, will require coronavirus vaccines for students 12 and up, by the way. You think he has a chance to win? Absolutely. Yeah. The thing is, one of the greatest... Bro, why are you acting like you don't care about what he's saying? You look so annoyed. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Take a week off, idiot. If I didn't care about what he was saying, why would I have him on? So, the thing is that I want people to understand is that, like, one of the advantages that I have is that it's like, I'm kind of low key. It's good to be able to have, like, people running for local offices like this, that it's good to be able to have people that are running for local office like this, while to a larger audience, and fundraise and do stuff like that. It's great, especially because, like, most people don't, like, these are positions that are in many ways up for grabs. Like, there's a profound amount of power with positions like this, okay? But there's also, it's also something that is like overlooked in many instances. And it's a fucking huge district. You know what I mean? It's a fucking gigantic district here. Let me just show you. On a map so you understand. This is the district that Mitch O'Farrell currently fucking, sits on. That's massive, dude. That's fucking massive. You're a micro influencer, niche celebrity. No Dem socks running in Alabama. Fuck my life. Well, you can do it too, man. Alabama tanky. Remember, you can do it as well. I urge you to also, go out and do the same thing, especially if you have a lower profile. Punk as fuck. Buy homeless second house. Make Twitch channel like Duck channel where you can feed them with donations. Thank you, punk as fuck, for an incredible idea that revolves around treating the homeless as though they are zoo animals. Thank you. That's praxis. Praxis is when you strap a camera on homeless people. Anyway. My city is the only DSA city council in Ohio. It's very pog. But the point is like, yeah, why do anarchists stop sounding like fucking ANCAP's challenge? Impossible difficulty. Anyway, what is this? He talks with the same cadence as Tucker Carlson.
Daddy, love you, baby girl. Daddy, love you so much, baby girl. Love you so much from Daddy, baby girl. Daddy, love you so much, baby girl. Daddy just need $500 Google Play gift card in his email.
Why are you showing me this? Why won't you run for public office? I don't know. Have you heard what I've said about 9/11, dude? I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. You guys in this community can put together a fucking incredible video. You guys, for fun, put together Oppo research. Like, we joke about the... we internally joke about the fucking Oppo research. Okay? That would be used against me like crazy. I'm running as a leftist too. If I was a conservative, it would be incredibly easy to just like, it doesn't matter what the fuck I've said. If I was a conservative, that's a benefit. Oh man, I'm triggering the libtards. Vote for me. When I'm a leftist outside of the Democratic Party structure, it's so much worse. It's so much harder. Look at what happened to Jank. They would turn every single fucking piece of content that I've ever created against me so quickly.
Well, if I had to pick somebody in the world, not only a professional boxer, because I'll take a pass on the professional boxers, that could be a very dangerous subject, but if you said, if I had to box somebody... Anybody!
Oh my God, that was so loud.
I think probably my easiest fight would be Joe Biden, because... I think he goes down very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. And everyone said, oh, I'd like to take him behind the bar. He'd be in big trouble if he ever did. Now, I think Biden would go down within the first few seconds.
The first few seconds?
I would die to see that fight. That would be so sick. I literally do not care. If one more person sends me that fucking link of Andrew Yang saying he no longer identifies as a Democrat and he's actually gonna fucking start a third party, I'm gonna ban them. I'm permanently banning them. Okay? It is one of the more pathetic, like, desperate attempts to like maintain or gain a fraction of fucking relevance. I don't care. I do not fucking care. The problem with Hasan was never his $1 million house, but his $1 million house politics. He's the comfortable kind of socialist, the one that wears anarchy tees, but whose wealth keeps him comfortable within the Democratic Party, where he whips your support for them too. Then you have these podcasters dressing themselves up as radical while they fumble with theory to explain why you should, in the end, get behind the Democrats. DSA anarchists defending and supporting AOC, others defending Newsom. Anarcho-Bidenists are literally a real thing. It's incredibly easy to fucking say all of this and then never provide alternatives. I want to know what the alternatives are. And if your alternative is like, if your alternative is organized, then yeah, we're on the same fucking, we believe the same shit. Hasan, are you available to hang out later? No. What a weird dude. People are so strange. But they do give alternatives, Pepela. Yeah, their alternatives are fucking... Their alternatives are like, what? A revolutionary vanguard party. Okay. How do we build that? How do you build that without any sort of fucking momentum? Is it going to be you and 4 of your friends? How do you organize in America without even featuring... Without even having, like, social democrats in that coalition? Because our goals align in the short term. How? Hasan, are you available to hang out? My mom's available at 9. Okay, no. Will the revolution be televised? No, but me fucking your mom will be. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch the Matrix Resurrections official trailer 1. Okay, I'm finally doing it.
Thomas?
And then we get back to watching Joe Rogan too.
Right now.
Oh, before I do that though, it is top of the fucking hour. I didn't run one at 4. I'm going to run an ad break right now. Okay? If you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Dude, stop sending me this fucking Andrew Yang link. Oh my god, it's so fucking cringe. You are just... The only thing you're doing when you send me Andrew Yang is starting his own third party is just self-reporting that you're a fucking annoying cringe Yang Gang person, okay? Top of the fucking hour. Time for a 6-second ad break. You can subscribe for $4 because it's 20% off on September, or you can subscribe for free if you have a Twitch Prime. You can use an ad block. You can use a VPN. Okay, but Twitch Prime is free if you steal someone's Amazon Prime account and connect it to your Twitch account. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
Now, can you tell me what happened?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams. Am I crazy?
We don't use that word in here.
What?
Hi.
Have we met? One pill makes you larger, and one pill makes you small. And the ones that mother gives you don't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall.
Okay, I don't understand. Did I outgrow the cringe? Was Matrix always cringe? This fucking thing looks like... Well, they're like really hammering the pill shit.
Time to fly.
If you want the truth, Neo, you're going to have to follow me.
The only thing that matters to you is still here. I know it's why you're still fighting and why you will never give up. You don't know me. No?
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix.
I mean, it's like... Without the green color grading, it doesn't feel like the Matrix. You know that, like, the original fucking Matrix still had, like, a lot of dull tones, but it wasn't, like, as green as the DVD release was? It was blue. It was more blue, which this one is like pretty blue too, but it doesn't matter. Look, the original Matrix is one of the greatest movies of all time, straight up. It is literally one of the greatest movies that has ever been produced. It's like literally world changing. It changed the entire dynamic. So many people got invested in it. I don't know how else to fucking describe it. Zoomers will never understand it. You had to be there. Sorry, you weren't. Dude, it changed everything. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It actually, unironically, changed so much. This kind of feels like, I mean, the second and third movies were terrible. Not great. The Matrix is the millennial Star Wars for real. Yeah, I agree. It's not... Dude, I like Kenneth Mejia. I'll have him on too. Just shut the fuck up, dude. We've moved on, okay? God damn. Some of you fucking losers just like lose your shit. Okay? Masia, I don't know how to say his last name. I'll like, just please, dude. There's like another one who's like still spamming like join revolutionary organizing. It's like, okay, we moved on, dude. Okay, we moved on. You're so mean. What the fuck, dude? Because he's just like still spamming it. Like, I think it's Maiha. Okay, Maiha. Mihia. It changed the cultural zeitgeist? Yes. The tone of this trailer does not feel quite like The Matrix? Yes. Because The Matrix already changed the fucking cultural zeitgeist. So how will the fourth installation do that same thing? It won't. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, I don't know. Part of the movie was filmed on the same shoot as Twitch headquarters. Doxed. It does feel like a nostalgia moneymaker. Show like to dislike. 400,000 to 8,000 dislikes. Why do right-wing conspiracies always reference The Matrix? Because right-wingers are dumb as fuck, and they have no way to analyze culture. Like, they have no context for anything. The Matrix was written by trans sisters. Okay? And in many ways was, like, incredibly progressive for its time. The Wachowski sisters. Like, that's who made The Matrix. So it's inherently, it is incredibly ironic that the red pill is like most famously used in contemporary, in contemporary society by like psychotic PUA people to say like, you know, yeah, it's like supposed to show like the trans experience and all that. Melena's himbo, you mean brothers? No, sisters. No, they have since come out as trans. The movie is literally about being trans. Oh, Matrix writer was sued for stealing the story and they lost? What do you mean? I thought both of them were trans, not just one. But anyway, the red pill is a direct reference to the original estrogen taken by trans women, Premarin, which was literally red. Well, the irony is that it's now most commonly used by fucking incel dipshits to say that, like, you know, I took the red pill and recognized the reality that women are mean to me specifically. Love that. Love that that's where we're at. Anyway, like I said, though, it's a fucking awesome movie. It literally changed the entire, it changed the fucking way we, it changed movies. Everyone started popping off the bullet time. It was like, it basically was like, it made anime popping in America. There's so many things that it did, but The Matrix was influenced by the book Simulation and Simulacrum, and has since become the self-referential empty spectacle that Baudrillard, the author, had criticized. The reason The Matrix was such a game changer was because of the insight into reality, which many people hadn't woken up to. It was such a contrast to everything else in media, almost like a cultural awakening of its time. Yeah. And it was a simpler time. I don't know how else to describe it. It was really... Many people started believing in the computer simulation. Why did Baudrillard think... What did Baudrillard think about The Matrix? I don't want to watch. Do you think modern society's mythology, The Matrix, could be one of the main of the modern age? Akira was a movie that made anime popular in America, not The Matrix. Yeah. Greg Abbott, Biden's vaccine mandate is an assault on private businesses. I issued an executive order protecting Texans' right to choose whether they could get the COVID vaccine and added to it the special session agenda. Texas is already working on a halt for this power grab. Yeah, there's nothing more fucking ironic than Greg Abbott coming fresh off the heels of a goddamn abortion bill that makes abortion functionally impossible to have in his state. Right, like a couple days after signing it, he's talking about the right to choose. Yes, The Matrix major influence is Ghost in the Shell, an anime. This is true. Right to work means they can fire you for any reason. Sorry, snowflakes. You can't fire me because I'm not vaccinated. My body is none of your business. People's priorities are so fucked, dude. They're so fucked. You can't fire me for fucking myself up. Okay, there's a lot of things that I still want to watch, but I want to get started with the horse dewormer narrative from Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan had Brett Weinstein on to talk about fucking horse dewormer. We're gonna get started on that and get back on track with the fucking reacts, okay? Then we'll look at the latest influencer scam. And then we'll top it off with fucking reacts and stuff. Here, tweet. Blast this out, chat. Starting to get fucking tired here. Holy shit. One pill. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. All right, let's do it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
It's spooky to think that these mainstream news publications have been completely captured, completely, to the point where they're all spitting out the exact same narrative. And you're watching it in real time, you're like, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say something about Horse Dewormer. I want to talk about her book, but I want to say something about Horse Dewormer first.
I definitely want to talk about your book.
Yeah, but I mean, never before have I wanted to talk about Horse Dewormer, but I feel like it now. So ivermectin, you know, the drug that shall not be named, sure, it works against worms in horses and other organisms, but it's literally understood. It's it's on the WHO's list of essential medicines and has been for years.
Dude, so is chemotherapy, man. But you don't do chemotherapy for COVID when there's no research available. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I don't understand how anyone who considers themselves to be a serious person can argue against the fucking point that literally doesn't exist, okay? The reason why people call it horse dewormer is because that's what people are fucking taking. They're going to the feed store and getting horse dewormer. Okay? If there is enough research that comes out that says ivermectin should be offered as a feasible treatment for COVID, then yeah. That's great. You listen to the news and not scientists. Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Of course I listen to the scientists. Scientists are not saying take horse dewormer. Scientists are not saying take ivermectin. Shut up. God, they're so fucking condescending too. Like the way they talk about it, it's like, it's literally created for absolute idiots, dude. This type of rhetoric, this pseudo-scientific rhetoric from a person who's got like a degree in anthropology that fucking turns around and like speaks in this like objective neutral language is like the Sam Harris style that has now been perfected by so many of these fucking idiotic podcasters that dupe you into believing that like they are the authority on this matter. It's like, well, I have a PhD. I have a PhD and many people don't understand this, but horse dewormer is such a ridiculous thing to say when this is a World Health Organization recognized, recognized treatment. Not for COVID. So what? Medicine has multiple uses too. I take literally prostate medication for my fucking hairline. I know.
The discoverer and developer won the Nobel Prize for it in 2014-15, I can't remember. And it's literally understood to have antibacterial and antiviral qualities and works against lots of other RNA viruses like Zika and dengue and yellow fever. And no one is talking about that. So is it not as effective as some people think it is against COVID? Maybe, sure. But is it dangerous? No. It's been given 100 of,
Okay, dude, but oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Oh my God. It's not dangerous is a fucking psychotic take. It's literally dangerous if you're taking a random fucking drug, especially when you don't know what the quantities are because your doctor didn't prescribe it to you and it's for fucking horses.
hundreds of millions of doses. And is it effective? It seems so, but given that it's safe, why aren't we using it?
And what? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's not effective. It's literally not effective. What is this woman's qualifications? I need to know. Heather Haying. What the fuck? American biology. Oh, here we go again, dude. Another fucking evolutionary biologist. Dude, I swear to God, we're done. We're fucking done. No more evolutionary biology, okay? I'm done with it all. Why is every evolutionary biologist such a fucking dingus, dude? What is wrong with these people? So is Brett Weinstein, by the way. Also from Evergreen State College. Oh my God, is she Brett Weinstein's wife? I'm done. Jail every evolutionary biologist going forward. Nothing good has come out of this. Literally sitting next to each other. Why the fuck would I assume that like someone sitting next to another person on the Joe Rogan Experience is married to one another, dude? You think I think that like Tim Pool is married to fucking the Twitter Andy? They sat next to one another too. Read the comments. It's gonna make me want to fucking rope, dude. I can't. Like, I just like, I literally, I see this stuff and it's just like, I lose my mind. I lose my fucking mind. I literally lose control of bodily function when I see fucking idiots being like, they're a professor. It doesn't mean anything. I'm sure you could even find a fucking epidemiologist that has like dumbass takes too. You have to look at the fucking entirety of the field. Fuck.
You were explaining to me the actual dosage that you would have to take to get sick off of this in relation to all these fake stories, the ones that Rachel Maddow tweeted saying that gunshot victims have to wait in line at the hospital, which is a full-on lie that the Rolling Stone magazine printed. Full-on lie that gunshot wound victims are waiting because the hospitals are overrun by people who have overdosed on this horse dewormer. But what is the actual... What did the actual study show?
Well, I'm because I'm neither a doctor nor a toxicologist, I'm concerned about citing the result. But I did pursue this with a friend of ours who is a PhD toxicologist and said, what are the chances that these stories of hospital beds filling up with people taking too much horse paste are true? And he found it very...
No. The people that are taking up hospital beds are taking up hospital beds because they have COVID. Okay? That's the reason. Okay? That's the main reason why they're taking up hospital beds, because they have fucking COVID. Why do they have COVID? Because some of those dumbasses listened to you and thought ivermectin will save me, brother. And not only do they now have COVID, but they also have liver failure. Okay? Why do they have liver failure? Because they didn't go to the doctor to get ivermectin. That's for human beings, despite the fact that there is no fucking... like actual study that proves that ivermectin even greatly increases your chances of recovery during COVID. Okay? But they didn't take the vaccine because some fucking idiots on the internet told them that the vaccine is dangerous. Okay? Ivermectin is a dewormer. It's an anti-parasitic drug. All you're doing in that situation is diarrhea, shitting out your intestinal lining, okay, depending on how much you're taking. And if you're taking a lot of it, you can potentially, one, get blind, go blind, or have liver failure. That's it. But it's not great when you have liver failure while you have fucking COVID and your lungs are no longer working. I know he's referencing the article that gave the wrong info and Rolling Stones retracted it. I know. Except these guys are like parasitic, dude. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like, I know that there was a fucking story about Oklahoma hospitals they deluged by ivermectin overdoses. One fucking dumbass said hospitals are no longer able because the ICU capabilities are exhausted because everyone is dying or overdosing on ivermectin. It's one fucking story that everyone in liberal media jumped on. I even made fun of it. I was like, this is the most American fucking title you could ever see. Okay? But that doesn't matter because the ICU capabilities are still fucking exhausted all around this country. The same number of people are dying every single day as they did last year when there was no vaccine available, dude. Okay? And guess what? They're dying because they didn't get fucking vaccinated. While they're and the people that are like hyper focusing on this one article that's been retracted now as a big gotcha are literally routinely trafficking misinformation about the efficacy of ivermectin. There's another thing that they're going to start dunking on. Just wait. It's that 85% of people that have taken ivermectin went infertile. That's another fucking faulty study. That's one study. Okay? I can't wait for them to grab onto that and be like, I can't believe libtards are, latching on to one study. That's a haha bullshit study. Oh, you got to do it. It's like, dog, you're literally doing that. You're doing that all the time. This is what you do. You look at like one study that fucking shows the results that you want to see, And even if that study gets retracted, you're still going off of that one fucking study and all the subsequent meta studies that featured that study. Fuck. It's murdering me, dude. Holy shit.
Very unlikely on the basis that even a massive overdose does not seem.
Google ivermectin studies. It literally shows a website with 1,000 studies. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit, dude. It's bullshit. No, he's right. There are literal websites dedicated to like pumping out faulty ass fucking studies for ivermectin, dude. It's so dumb. Here. And by the way, and I've said this time and time again, I've said this from day one. If there is a comprehensive peer-reviewed study that shows ivermectin as an effective fucking medication to treat COVID, go off, kings and queens. Still get the vaccine and then even take ivermectin. Okay? It's bullshit, brother. You sound like an anti-vaxxer. Dog, every single study that has come out on ivermectin is like 13 people. And the most significant ones have been retracted. The most significant studies on ivermectin that have had a bunch of people in a fucking control group have been retracted because the information was made up. And all of the subsequent meta studies that featured that study itself that greatly improved ivermectin's efficacy as a consequence of the made up fucking information, they have also been retracted. They're null, they're void, they're useless now. And that doesn't stop people from fucking going off on this shit. And even then, motherfuckers are taking horse dewormer, dude. So that's like not what these studies are looking into regardless. There isn't good enough fucking data currently available to show ivermectin's efficacy. It is exactly like hydroxychloroquine, where people were just like pumping it for no fucking reason. I think Weinstein Bro is just using that there are these studies to show that ivermectin is safe to use. No, that's fucking bullshit. You can't do that. That is incredibly unsafe, especially when there is a more effective treatment. Was the thing about poison control centers being overwhelmed with ivermectin ODs fake too? I thought the hospital story was real. No. People are calling up poison control. I think it's like increased by 200% or something. People calling into poison control. This is the website. These are like always. It's like this relies on you being stupid enough not to recognize when you're being duped. Okay? This entire website is one big gish gallop. Look at this. None of you have the qualifications, including myself, to assess the validity of this data. Okay? You don't. They're blasting all this fucking, they're blasting all these meta-analyses and all of these fucking studies on purpose to overwhelm you and take advantage of the fact that you don't know whether this is good or not. What? I've spent time reading these studies. One of them didn't even record whether people had. The safety and scientific validity of the study is the responsibility of the study sponsor and investigators. Listing a study does not mean it's been evaluated by the U.S. federal government. From Zagazig University. What? Is this a joke? In Egypt. The public university in Zagazig, Egypt. Half of the time, yes, this is true as well. Anyone can post on these medRxiv sites. They're preprints and non-peer reviewed. Yeah. Just because there are thousands of studies doesn't mean that they are all different tests. They could just be referencing the same ivermectin study that was proven wrong. There's that too. The creator of ivermectin was awarded the 2015 Nobel Prize for its use in humans. Any journalist who refers to it as horse dewormer is guilty of malpractice. Dude, take insulin then. Please take insulin. Just take fucking insulin then. Fuck it, dude. I'm losing my mind. Don't do that, by the way, obviously. You know what? I know what to say to Steven Crowder. Wait, show me that again one more time. Wait, did I say Peace Prize? Fuck. Oh my god. I'm so used to fucking talking about Nobel Peace Prize that good from not trying to bait or anything. Don't think this shit works at all, but wasn't the real COVID vax rushed out pre-FDA trials too? Yes. It wasn't rushed out, but it got pre-clearance. It got pre-authorization. And they ran gigantic fucking clinical trials, dude. That's the difference. And it got clinical trials and emergency use authorization for numerous different fucking vaccines. Okay? Emergency use authorization, the only difference between like regular FDA authorization and emergency use authorization is that you're starting to develop the vaccine while you are running the fucking parallel trials, okay? That's the difference. And many of the other pharmaceutical corporations that also participated in Operation Warp Speed or also participated did not get that same level of clearance because their fucking vaccines didn't work. Also, here's a thing. Those vaccines were specifically developed for COVID. Ivermectin is a shot in the fucking dark. Ivermectin has been used in humans for decades, so at the very least, it's largely safe for human consumption. Way more than a novel vaccine for sure. Not hating on the vaccine, just saying. That is so idiotic. So is insulin, dude. What the fuck kind of take is this? So is insulin. So is fucking Tylenol, dumbass. Shit, man. I might have COVID. Time to take some fucking ketamine, dude. Also, the mRNA vaccines have been in development for 20 fucking years. Just the iteration that is utilized for COVID is new. But the technology has been developed for many fucking years. So shut the fuck up. Man, this is like so incredibly fucking dumb.
To be destructive, even over the course of many days. That he was referring to a primate study in which very high doses were given to monkeys. And so in any case, we don't know what the truth of these things. We obviously don't know anything about whether the horse paste is, well produced. It's possible there's something else in it that's not supposed to be there. But the idea that the drug itself is causing a wave of overdoses that is putting people in the hospital is inconsistent with the toxicological data that we've got.
I think it's probably caused.
It's literally, dude, it's just like, oh, wow, this guy is so fucking smart, dude. He said toxicological. He must be onto something. I'm a fucking dumbass. I love BJJ and I love Joe Rogan and I'm a fucking ape. And this guy sounds smart. I love the way that he's speaking. He must be much smarter than me. I'm just going to listen to him. That's like literally, I'm describing to you what every Joe Rogan free thinker is operating as.
Wave of calls to poison control centers with people asking questions.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
But people asking questions is not the same thing as people being poisoned.
And at the same time...
Oh my God, she's so condescending. I hate her. I hate both of them. I hate both of them so much. Oh my God. Oh, fuck me, dude. People are fucking demons.
One of the things that we were talking about earlier is that there is a drug being developed that mirrors the effects of ivermectin.
Yeah, a protease inhibitor. And, who knows, it may work, but let's say it does work and maybe it runs into less resistance because it will be under patent and therefore profitable. One thing that it definitely won't be is something that we have enough experience with to know what its harms are. The thing about ivermectin is because it's been in use for 40 years and has been administered something like 4 billion times, we know a lot about its consequences. And they're not zero, but it is one of the safest drugs available to us.
There's this thing that's happening too, though, and this is where it gets fast.
Bro, okay, dude. Okay, let me just say something here, okay? First of all, that's not, that's such an insane... It's the safest drug available for us. That's insane. That's insane, okay? It is an insane fucking thing to say. There's no such thing, okay? All drugs have side effects, and you shouldn't just take them randomly to treat other shit that has not been proven. Okay? It's blowing my fucking mind that he could say something so fucking stupid and so irresponsible. Especially, and now the irony is this, okay? Brett Weinstein is fucking saying this on the Joe Rogan Experience. Meanwhile, Merck, the fucking main pharmaceutical corporation that stands to gain the most from the widespread distribution of ivermectin as a treatment for COVID, is literally saying, don't use this for COVID. Company scientists continue to carefully examine the findings of all available and emergency studies of ivermectin for the treatment of COVID-19 for the evidence of efficacy and safety. It is important to note that to date, our analysis identified no scientific basis for potential therapeutic effect against COVID-19 from preclinical studies, no meaningful evidence for clinical activity and clinical efficacy in patients with COVID-19 disease, and a concerning lack of safety data in the majority of studies. I'm dying. I'm fucking dying. I don't know what to say. The main pharmaceutical corporation that stands to gain the most from selling ivermectin literally is telling you not to take it. The FDA is telling you not to take it for COVID. Meanwhile, random podcaster says take it. So what am I supposed to do here? How do you deal with someone who literally looks at like all of this fucking data, this sea of information, this sea of warnings that are telling you like don't fucking take this, including the guys who made the drug? You go, nah, fuck it, la la la, I'm gonna take it, brother. Not only am I gonna take it, but if my doctor doesn't prescribe it to me, I'm gonna take it from the feed store. I don't know how the way the losses and wins here. I mean, I don't know, brother. The problem is it creates a false sense of security amongst people. Okay? Many of you are saying, understandably, oh, just let them take it, those idiots. They'll just fucking die. Okay? One, not a lot of empathy from you. And two, ultimately, they don't die alone, okay? If they're just like fucking dying like hogs, screeching into the fucking night, having COVID and also liver failure, that's one thing. But they're not fucking dying by themselves. They're dying and exhausting the resources that we already have that are limited. Okay? That's the problem. Fuck me, dude. Holy shit.
Fascinating because there's the psychology of these drugs and of compliance and of which team you're on. Are you on team, mainstream news, people that follow the news in a sense, or sort of a peripheral sense that believe everything Fauci says and don't understand how bizarre these things get when massive amounts of profits are involved? And these people automatically want to ridicule anything that might be outside of the realm of what's being promoted in the mainstream media, which is get vaccinated, which is really all you're hearing.
Yeah,
well, we all need to be on team skeptic, right? Because, I mean, if you just simply track the stories that we have been assured are true that have then shown themselves to be false, right? Like the overdoses that were keeping gunshot victims out of the hospital.
Dude, you're literally doing misinformation. The moment that you don't fucking say, this is not proven to be effective, we need to wait for there to be more clinical trials conducted so we can see if there's genuine efficacy in treatment of COVID for ivermectin. And the current studies that are available, unfortunately, do not show that reality. The moment that you say anything outside of that with respect to ivermectin, you are literally engaging in deadly misinformation. Okay? Like misinformation that is arguably worse than Rolling Stones magazine fucking writing that dumbass article being like, oh yeah, the ICUs are locked up because people are dying of ivermectin. Like, you're literally engaging in significantly worse, more consistently, by the way, but significantly worse misinformation, more dangerous misinformation. Does he have to gain from this grifting? What you gain from this grifting is there are a lot of skeptics in America, okay? Americans love to feel like they're independent thinkers, that they're free thinkers, that they're, they're going against the mainstream. They love being contrarians. So all Brett Weinstein and so many of these other people fucking do is basically make money off of the massive audience that is like looking desperately for alternatives. Okay? So that's what they're doing. They're getting clout out of this. They're getting more podcast subscribers out of this. They're going against the grain. Okay? Just like I make money off the top of the hour ad break. so tired. Oh, it's top of the hour. Every hour. It's time for a 60-second ad break. Hasan Fanboy May, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, you can subscribe for $4 because it's September. You can subscribe for free if you have a Twitch Prime. Or you can use an ad block or a VPN. However, Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime account that you can connect to your Twitch account to get 1 free Prime subscription a month. That's right.
These stories are revealing that something is just not right about our way of even doing journalism anymore. And the fact, I don't know what to make of it, but the fact that Anthony Fauci was yesterday revealed to have clearly lied to Congress when he told them we didn't fund.
I push cards in 100-degree weather. I'm tired. What are you tired for? I fucking talk for 8 hours every day, dude. It gets a little tiring after a while. It's not the same as like fucking doing back-breaking labor, certainly, but I have mental strain. Like, you know? I don't know what you want to, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I'm sorry that you're tired as well. Motherfucker just gatekeeping being tired. Yeah, it's so fucking silly. Okay, dude. Oh, imagine fucking complaining about pushing a cart in a first world country when you have access to the internet and clean water, when there's motherfuckers working in emerald mines in Africa. Like, and they're dying. They're literally dying. How disgusting of you. There you go. Are you happy? I just fucking did the same thing that you did to me.
Fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan. I mean, that was obvious when he said these things, but everyone assumed he had defined the terms in some way that would justify that claim. No, it was just a lie. So here we have somebody who, you know, lied to us about masks, has lied to us multiple times, and was also apparently a key to conducting funds in violation of our own ban on gain-of-function research, conducting funds to the Wuhan Institute.
Wait, they've reversed that ban. Like, why is he making it seem like this was done in secrecy? What? Why is he making it seem like this was... Oh, God. Such a fucking dingus, dude.
Which may well have caused the pandemic. How is the person who is in the position to have circumvented a congressional ban on this kind of research and possibly therefore have played a prominent role in producing the pandemic, how is he also in charge of keeping us safe? And why are we tolerating him?
It's interesting. My man is out here talking about ivermectin and then blam, dude. When did he start talking about ivermectin? Someone show me his fucking tweets. I remember seeing his tweet about ivermectin like a while ago. Can someone pull that up for me? Ivermectin's value is finally coming to light, long delayed by a fear and uncertainty and doubt campaign. Oh, when is that? Wow, June 23rd, 2021. That's interesting. That's really interesting. What? What? That's really strange. That's really interesting that, wait, what? June 23rd, you start seeing this like big fucking increase like around June. When did his Robert Malone video come out? When did his Robert Malone video come out? I'm sure that was like around the same time, I suspect. Because that was the one that was like being shared widely, dude, heavily. It's really insane that the pipeline that made me become a leftist has now changed into funneling people over to the far right. Literally got pushed left by Joseph. What? Spike protein is very dangerous. It's psychotoxic. June 13th. What? Wait, what? June 12th, June 13th, he comes out with this study, or he comes out with this video. 2000. What? That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's a crazy thing. Must be this coincidence that he went from fucking, in the month of May, 1,800 fucking Patreons and patrons to 3,400. Wild. Wild to me that that's the case. Hold on, I gotta fucking screenshot this, dude. I see 2 peer-reviewed studies on ivermectin, and neither of them are on COVID. Man, this is so strange. Let me just like, I'm just screenshotting all this. That's why you're hearing the background noise. When was the Joe Rogan emergency one? I want to see when the Joe Rogan podcast emergency thing was. Is the hottest fuck inside your house too? No. Dude, I don't know if I want to watch the Canadian one, dude. I mean, should we? Sorry, I'm just tweeting. When people ask why do these folks promote ivermectin so hard, remember that there's a massive audience for free thinkers. Okay, I'll watch it. If it's boring, we'll leave. Five minutes of dead air so you can craft a tweet? Suck my dick. All right, let's get back to it. It was a fucking banger, okay? It was a literal banger fucking tweet, so shut up. Worth. There you go. Are you going to shit camp? Of course. There's a let me know that we're gonna watch. We'll watch the Canadian.
So you said we all need to be on Team Skeptic. I mean, Joe's exactly right. We're all being told you're on Team Blue, effectively. You're on Team Mainstream, or you're someone else. You're persona non grata, and you're going to become a second-class citizen. I was going to say we all need to be on Team Science. And this is in part why we're here with you, right? That we are approaching things scientifically, and the people who keep on adopting the mantle of science are like, no, I'm follow this hashtag, follow the science, right? All too often, hashtag follow the science. When you dig, it's like, oh, well, we went into a back room somewhere and concluded some things, and we're going to tell you the conclusion, but just listen to us because we're scientists. You can tell because of the lab coats. Like, no, actually, that's not how science works. Science works by investigating patterns carefully and really, really.
Okay, this is mind-boggling to me. You're literally fucking bringing up pseudoscientific. You're bringing up bullshit. You can't talk about how you know how science works when you yourself are going against science.
You're really trying to falsify your cherished results. And we see very little falsification going on right now in mainstream media land.
One of the grossest things from Fauci is when he said an attack on Anthony Fauci is an attack on science itself.
That's right.
Like, that is bad guy in a movie shit.
You're right. It's cartoon
third person
villain.
Bad guy in a movie shit. Like, you're literally referring to yourself in the third person. This is madness.
Yeah.
It is madness. And then somehow, I mean, it seems to me that were there some, normal process running, that just simply the number of lies that he has told, the number of places that he has been in error, his prominent role in possibly causing the pandemic, a normal era would have him fired long ago and replaced with somebody that we had reason to believe might be capable of doing the job well, might have our interests at heart. Something is very far off, that this thing just keeps running no matter what evidence of dishonesty emerges.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange. It's like we lost our minds during the Trump administration. Mm-hmm. And objectivity got completely thrown out the window. Tribalism got ramped up to 11. And if you're on the right team, they'll protect you. And he's on the right team. And they got him in this slot as the expert that we go to no matter what. And he's the guy Jim Acosta was talking to about horse dewormer.
Yeah,
that's right.
Absolutely. When I heard that you had taken horse dewormer, I thought, Joe is so famous, I bet the Poison Control Center called him.
LOL. What no one's, all these stories are focusing on is this horse dewormer shit. No one is focusing on the fact that I got better in 5 days.
Yeah.
Like, literally 6 days later, I was working out.
It would seem.
Dog. Of course they're fucking talking about that. People are talking about it nonstop as a fucking cure when there isn't enough evidence for it being the cure. And you yourself are refusing to acknowledge that you also took monoclonal antibodies, which is actually something that the FDA has approved of. Okay? You got better in 5 days because you got the Donald Trump cocktail, not because you took horse dewormer. Oh my fucking God. Attacks on me, quite frankly, are attacks on science. All the things I've spoken about consistently from the very beginning have been fundamentally based on science. Sometimes these things were inconvenient truths for people. Yeah, that's not.
To be a demonstration, it's an anecdote,
Yeah.
but and it's not the only anecdote, right? Trump, who is not a picture of health, also got better very rapidly, and his doctors didn't give a damn about what we were supposed to believe works and doesn't. They gave him the kitchen sink treatment, as you got, right?
Oh, did they give him ivermectin? That's interesting. The kitchen sink treatment. They didn't give him ivermectin, though. He got Regeneron. The part of the kitchen sink that neither of these pieces of shit are mentioning that is actually FDA approved is literally the fucking Regeneron, the monoclonal antibody. Motherfucker, ivermectin wasn't popping at the time. Hydroxychloroquine was. In the exact same way. Did Donald Trump take hydroxychloroquine? No. No, he didn't. What a fucking silly, dumb, moronic take. So dishonest.
Pierre Corey also got.
No, he said he did. His doctor said he didn't. So shut the fuck up. He did not take hydroxychloroquine. No. Bullshit. We literally saw his treatment, dude. Shut the fuck up. He literally did not take hydroxychloroquine. Shut the fuck up.
COVID also.
Yes, he did, Law. Oh my God, dude. Am I having a Berenstein Bears moment? Like, what the fuck's going on? I'm going to ban every single person that said he did, by the way. I'm just letting you know. You will all be permanently banned. I encourage them to take hydroxychloroquine to assist with their recoveries. Hydroxychloroquine. When the president's doctors described the range of treatment that Trump received, however, hydroxychloroquine was not mentioned. Wait, so I was right. I remember it correctly. Dr. Sean P. Conley, the president's physician, said that Trump was given an infusion of experimental antibody treatment, which involved a 5-day course of the antiviral drug remdesivir. He was also given zinc, vitamin D, melatonin, aspirin, and the heavy-duty steroid dexamethasone, but not hydroxychloroquine. Ban every single person in the chat that said he did take hydroxychloroquine. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump says he took hydroxychloroquine before, okay? Professionals that were prescribing him medication for his recovery did not give him hydroxychloroquine. Donald Trump might have said he took hydroxychloroquine, but ultimately, we know that he didn't. Okay? It doesn't matter. Because I remember at the time, very specifically, where he said, or not where he said, but where his doctors told us what his actual fucking treatment was. And hydroxychloroquine was not on that list. I covered it. Fucking idiots. Just like, please don't be so fucking stupid. In an effort to be like contrarian in this chat and get an own on me, you come across so dumb sometimes. You come across like these fucking delusional Andes here.
Also recovered very quickly. Why? Because he was capable of getting whatever he needed, whatever the right thing was. And really, the public needs to realize, vaccinated or not, you need doctors who will prescribe those things that we think have the best shot of managing this disease. And it certainly looks like this disease, which is very dangerous if allowed to run its own course, can be managed with drugs that we happen to have already. That's a hopeful thing. And, you know, please, people should not take up a position that is going to mean that when they or their loved ones need those things, they won't be available because their doctor's too afraid to prescribe them.
Watch the entire...
Yeah, like the vaccine.
The Joe Rogan
The vaccine would be a good thing to take, I think.
experience.
Garrett Vandenbush said this is going to become a pandemic of variants, and he talked about immune escape. And that has been very controversial. But
Could you explain that to people?
Sure. What he argued, and let's just say...
Could you explain who he is, too?
Sure. He is a immunobiologist. His training is veterinary. He has training in the relevant area of vaccination technology. He was a guest on Dark Horse. People can look up my discussion with him. It is, many people regard it as a very good way.
Did he just say he's a veterinarian? What's this guy's name? Dark Horse? Dark Horse is this podcast just about horses? I'm beginning to see some weird trend here. Like, he's advocating for horse dewormer. His podcast is called Dark Horse, and the fucking person that he brought on to talk about variants was a veterinarian, like a horse doctor. Is Brett Weinstein a horse? What's happening here? What's going on?
To understand what he's saying, because often he speaks about matters that are quite technical. And anyway, I did my best in that podcast to make it non-technical so that people could understand it. In any case, what he argued was that the fact of these vaccines being very narrowly targeted, right? These vaccines contain a single subunit of a single protein, and they're being deployed in a way that is unusual. They're being deployed into an active pandemic, right? When we immunize against something like measles, the expectation is you will develop your full immunity with almost no chance of encountering measles, right? In this case, what we have are vaccines that are leaky, in which they do not provide full sterilizing immunity. They are narrow, and we are effectively creating an intense evolutionary pressure to cause the spike protein, of which this one subunit is what is contained, what the information for it is contained in the vaccines.
It's so crazy that the Delta variant was first found in an area where there were no vaccines, though. Like, that's so interesting that the origination of the Delta variant came as a consequence of not having vaccines. So that's interesting that he's just totally making this shit up about how the vaccines are responsible for variants when, you know, it's happening in people who are unvaccinated. Also, there are numerous instances throughout history where vaccines have functionally eradicated diseases, you know, until anti-vaxxers get their hands on it. But do you regret your vaccine? Yes, sometimes I do. So I could just get COVID and fucking end it, okay, in a video game. That's why. Because then I would not have to listen to this anymore. It's just like, it truly makes me fucking so sad, dude. It just like, it kills me. It kills me seeing so many fucking idiots just like say the dumbest shit on the internet, but they speak in this confident tone. And millions of people listen to that and go, this is great. Like, I agree with this guy. He's saying it in a convincing tone.
We are putting intense evolutionary pressure on it to change so that the antibodies and other immune cell recognition mechanisms that are trained by the vaccines are incapable of finding the pathogen when it gets in. This is what causes breakthrough cases, that the immunity that's been created is evaded by the pathogen, and if the pathogen changes, that is more likely. And so what he said was, if you vaccinate into an active pandemic with vaccines like this, what you will get is a evolutionary pressure for a radiation of variants, an evolutionary radiation of different molecular signatures, changes in the spike protein, that will then cause the vaccines to be less and less effective at producing immunity, which is exactly what we see.
So he predicted this?
Absolutely. He did predict it.
Accurately.
Accurately predicted it. Now, is every component of his model correct? That's a much harder question to answer. But what I would say is any time somebody succeeds in predicting better than the so-called experts, you want to know how they did it. And he was making absolute evolutionary sense, right? His concern...
These guys are, him and his wife are both evolutionary biologists, chat. That's why he's talking about it from that point.
Were very well honed, and
which of course is completely irrelevant in this conversation. Like, completely irrelevant in this conversation. They're not epidemiologists. They're not pharmacologists. Their knowledge and expertise is as irrelevant as my fucking poli-sci degree. Okay. Like, they're just a bunch of fucking dickheads that were professors at a poli-sci or professors at a fucking community college that got fired because of some like some upset students that like got out of hand or whatever the fuck that happened like 8 years ago, and they're still riding off the wave.
It was making sense, and then the world that he predicted emerged. And it is now incumbent on us to say, okay, have we learned anything from this, right? Do the vaccines need to be modified such that they don't produce this effect? There are conceivable ways you could do that, right? But if we don't do it, if we just say, well, more of the same, have a booster of the same thing, it's not going to solve the problem. So in effect, what I would say is these vaccines are a spectacular achievement, but they are a prototype, right? They have achieved something that had never been done before. Technologically, that's remarkable, but they were not ready for prime time.
From Harvard, lol? No, this motherfucker was at Evergreen Community College, bro. He wasn't at Harvard. The fuck do you mean? What are you talking about? What? Evergreen, which is the Harvard of community colleges. Or state college, sorry. Evergreen State College, also known as the Harvard of state colleges.
And they have failed to produce lasting immunity. They have produced very narrow immunity. It does not compare to the natural immunity that people get from having had and beaten the disease. And what's more, we have learned an awful lot about how the disease can be managed so it's much less lethal, right? That combination suggests that we need a rethinking of our approach. And, you know, it is impossible to prove, but based on what people who have successfully treated the disease and have successfully predicted events like the proliferation of variants are telling us, it does seem that we now have the tools at our disposal to manage this crisis and do away with it, which I don't know why we don't do that, but it is at least worth noting that were we to successfully manage it, it would interrupt a huge flow of revenue into this brand new pharma market. Is that the reason that we don't do it? I don't know. But we, the public, need to recognize our interests are not being served by the public health apparatus. It is making errors that it doesn't need to make, and that has implications for all of our individual health and our collective well-being that require a rethink.
This is not, I mean, this is just anti-vaxxer rhetoric. That's it. No vaccine for smallpox. No vaccine for the Spanish flu. No vaccine for, no MMR vaccine, okay? We need the measles to come back because, you know, ultimately you're always just going to have these evolutionary variants that are going to create just a wide array of different variants that are going to kill people. Good shot. Good job. I love when an evolutionary biologist advocates to fucking eradicate mankind. If it doesn't stop you getting it, it doesn't stop you from spreading it. Why is getting the vaccine a must? Surely someone wants to take the risk. It doesn't matter. They're the only ones in danger. This is what makes me the most tired, responding to this question over and over and over and over and over again. Because when you die, you're not going to be dying alone, okay? When you get COVID and you inevitably have to be hospitalized, like you and your fat hog fucking parents have been so far, all around the country, you and your fat hog fucking parents and your dumb fucking Republican family are taking up hospital beds. They're exhausting the already crippled hospital capabilities. And you're not just dying by yourself, squealing like a fat pig in a fucking corner alone. You're squealing like a fat pig in a fucking hospital bed that could be occupied by someone else. This is the main problem. Do you understand? If you want to fucking kill yourself, okay, if you don't want to take the vaccine and shove horse dewormer up your ass every fucking day, go off. As long as you fucking stamp a goddamn DNR on your chest that renders you unable to go to the fucking ICU. Okay? How about that? Hasan shows his true self. If you consider what I'm saying to be really frustrating, then fucking own me by getting the vaccine so you don't have to take up hospital beds. Okay? Because I'm going to keep fucking making fun of you. I'm going to make fun of you. I'm going to make fun of your family when they fucking die. I'm going to make fun of you for literally dying of a preventable thing that you could have fucking survived, okay? No, it's not cool if you advertise your fucking merch in my chat, you dumb fuck. I'm a Navy vet and I deserve a bed in the hospital. Change my mind. Yeah, if you need it, if you need a fucking hospital bed, then yeah, you deserve it. Except you're not going to get it. Like that other fucking veteran who died because he couldn't get a goddamn gallbladder surgery because some fucking assholes were taking up the hospital capabilities, dude, because they had COVID. They were fucking dying. All right, give me the fucking Canadian. Give me the fucking Canadian debate, please. Not even live, dude. All right, we'll watch this in a little bit. Here. Watch this for now. This is a problem that persisted even before fucking COVID, but it's gotten only worse.
If a man has a heart attack in Horton, you might well be dead.
It's been over 2 years since the hospital in Horton, Kansas closed. After years of financial problems, it finally went under. At the time, the closure left folks like the ones at this senior center with no place in town to get health care.
It is very good, yes. We didn't eat any breakfast.
Has it impacted your health care since the hospital closed?
It has. During that time, we've not had any hospital care here at all, no emergency room. I'm a strong believer in health care being available. I'm also a strong believer in that it has to be paid for, and if you can't meet your payroll or you can't pay your bills, then how can you stay in business?
Rural populations in the U.S. are shrinking as more people move to cities and suburbs. And those that stay tend to be older, often poorer, and are more likely to suffer from conditions like heart disease or cancer. But the places that would care for them are disappearing. In the last decade, almost 10% of rural hospitals closed. That means people who remain have a harder time accessing both basic and emergency care. Here in Kansas, 3 out of 4 hospitals in small towns are at risk of closure. The emergency room and all inpatient beds in the 2,700-person town of St. Mary's shut down this summer. Todd Willard made the final call to close the doors.
How much money were you losing at that St. Mary's facility?
We were looking at probably about a $500,000 to $750,000 loss.
And that was just something you could not survive?
Absolutely not. There is no way.
It's more expensive than ever for community hospitals to stay open, as the cost of labor, technology, and supplies has increased. But in Kansas, the money coming in hasn't kept up. In 2019, public and private insurances didn't reimburse $22 billion in medical charges, 2 times more than 2011. The pandemic has only made it worse. Struggling healthcare systems lost even more revenue when they were unable to do more profitable procedures.
Surgery volumes went down 50, 60, 70% in a lot of areas because all of those elective surgeries, which are really important to the bottom line of a hospital, were not being done.
Do you have an obligation to provide health care to people?
Well, I think we are meeting the obligation to provide health care down there. We do have a clinic. We have the lab, we have the x-ray, we have physical therapy.
What are you all making here?
So we're making residential cabinetry primarily.
If someone is using that and it cuts off their finger, what do you guys do?
We'll wrap it up and usually right across the lawn. That's what we used to do.
Kevin Gray runs a woodworking shop across the street from the old emergency room.
The local healthcare system has said that there is essentially no need for an emergency room here in St. Mary's. What is your response to that?
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. I think maybe there might have been times where we had a cut that without having them there that they may not have got the proper care they needed immediately. It was a luxury, I think, that we had that we didn't realize.
Hospital closures are devastating for communities, even beyond access to care. Horton lost revenue, jobs, and people left. And then there are all the businesses that relied on the hospital.
You know, I estimate my loss at somewhere between $50,000 to $60,000 a year.
Tim Lentz is a former mayor of Horton who owns the convenience store in the center of town.
Want your receipt, dear? Nothing. Thank you. You have a good day.
How do you calculate that financial loss?
Fuel for the ambulances and general business and general employees coming in to see us on a daily basis for 3 meals a day sometimes. When a town loses services and a town loses major job loss, I mean, the town is going to do nothing other than decline unless there's something else to economically impact it, and right now we don't have that. It's a very sad situation to go from a town that population was over 5,000. We're now at around 1,600 and some people right now. We've lost a small rural community hospital in an elderly community in dire need of health care. That's what we've lost.
About 50 people lost their jobs when the hospital closed, a noticeable number in a town with a small population.
You probably not gonna want to look at all of them.
Oh my gosh.
That's
more than one.
Well,
Mary Oswald worked there for almost 30 years.
my mother worked at the hospital. My aunt worked at the hospital. I don't think any of us could imagine the community without the hospital. It just takes a long time to, I guess, accept the shock that it's gone.
Do you think that there's a healthcare crisis in rural Kansas?
Mm-hmm. There's things that a rural hospital can't do, but it's that intervention and getting things moving quickly that affects the outcomes. Time in an emergent situation can mean life or death. I think we need some kind of a system in place that people know, there's going to be care available. And I know the clinic is trying to provide health care in the community, but I don't know how well they're doing.
Do you worry that Horton might not be here in 50 years?
Well, it makes you wonder. It took a big chunk out of Horton.
And you, it seems like, too.
Yep. Yep.
What the fuck? I said insane thumbnail. Literally a problem that is solvable with socialized medicine. What you are watching, or what you watched rather, what you watched was literally a consequence of not socializing medicine, okay? What you watched just now was a consequence of having for-profit medicine. That's it. And those who actually... Wait, is this going to be another one of
let's
these,
talk
like,
about
bullshit?
last night's performances
Okay.
during the French debate.
Thank
In your
God.
opinion, who came out...
Thank fucking Christ. One of you is not a fucking dipshit.
Well, I don't think anybody really came out on top. I mean, we did do some analysis for Global News last night in terms of looking at traffic on social media. And what we did see was that Justin Trudeau certainly...
As I was trying to say, when hogs advocate against socialism, when they advocate against socialized medicine, when they advocate against the post office, what they don't remember, what they don't understand is that, like, the rural areas where they live in benefit from these systems being socialized, because it's not profitable to send you your fucking medication if they ship it to you. Okay? And currently, as it stands, the amount of funding that they're getting is not enough. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. It's just like incredibly frustrating shit, dude.
The top issues at hand are healthcare and the pandemic. Not surprising. That is in line with most Canadians. Affordability and the cost of living are also of importance. And when it comes to why these voters are still undecided, about half say they don't like...
I'm not going to watch the new Jay Aubrey right now, okay? It's great. I love Jay Aubrey stuff. I'm not going to watch it right now. I want to watch I want to watch this. I'll wait for the CBC to start and go live, and we'll get to the CBC one. But I also have to cook. Okay? I'm fucking dying. It's 6 p.m. I haven't eaten yet today. It's really frustrating.
Health risks associated with showing up at the voting booth. So I would say that, you know, in any election campaign, even one with high turnout like the last two campaigns, when it was close to 70%, about 30% of the eligible voters didn't show up. I would say that these people are overrepresented.
It's also top of the fucking hour.
And my sense is that some of
which means it's time for a fucking 60-second ad break. You want the uninterrupted juice, the content, the fucking Canadian take, the hot takes about Canada A.
Okay.
Then you can subscribe. I don't even give a shit. There's the fucking ad. Okay, I just like whatever. Get fucking hit in the face with ads right now.
That number there.
I'm so fucking
hangry.
hangry.
People didn't seem to like any of their options. The likability factor. Why is that this time around, do you think? And is it too late to change?
Well, that is not an uncommon answer in any electoral cycle. But as one famous person has said, voting is not about finding your soulmate.
What is it
and
about?
I would add, it's not about going to a buffet restaurant and you only pick the things you like. You're basically picking the best package of the party, of the platform, and of the leader. So does leadership likability matter? Yes, it does. However, performance and evidence of what's happened in the past 6 years since Mr. Trudeau became Prime Minister is also going to matter.
Okay, thank you so much, Daryl and Pauline, for your insight. We are going to touch base again after the debate. The wait here almost over, 30 seconds. Let's take another live look inside the debate stage right now. So that's 30 seconds until this debate starts. As our panelists mentioned, we'll have to see how these performances go tonight. After last night's several fiery moments, we'll have to see if some other ones develop tonight as well.
Bro, Canadian news broadcasts look fake, dude. Like, this literally looks fake to me.
Right now.
I guess that's what happens when it's like a country with 11 people, you know what I mean?
Can't build. If you try to open up the treaty, you can lose everything.
And don't try to paper over what's happening in people's lives.
It's still time for a change. We had to take over the mess that you left us.
It's not economically disastrous. It's a smart economic thing to do.
And an agreement between Quebec and Canada was always impossible.
It's very unclear, Mr.
No.
Don't use gobbledygook.
Oh, come on. Tell me this is a real country. She said gobbledygook, dude. It literally is fake country. Fake country. I'm sorry. You can't.
Live from Gatineau, Quebec, this is the 2021 Federal Leaders Debate. We're coming to you from the Grand Hall in the Canadian Museum of History on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. A place for Canadians to reflect on the country's past.
Genocide.
But tonight, we are looking ahead to the future. Good evening, I'm Shachi Curl. I'm the president of the Angus Reid Institute, and tonight I will be your moderator.
Love that.
Let's welcome the party leaders. Justin Trudeau for the Liberal Party, Erin O'Toole for the Conservative Party, Yves-François Blanchet of the Bloc Québécois,
a pleasure.
Jagmeet Singh of the NDP, and Annamie Paul for the Greens. Welcome, leaders.
Good evening. Great to be here.
Tonight's event is being produced for the Leaders Debates Commission by a media partnership including APTN News, CBC News, CTV News, and Global News. The debate is also offered in 10 other languages, including Cree, Inuktitut, Dene, as well as described video and ASL. 20,000 Canadians have weighed in telling us what they want to hear from the leaders, and 5 themes have emerged: leadership and accountability, climate change, reconciliation, affordability, and COVID recovery. Tonight, 4 undecided voters and journalists, maybe the journalists are undecided as well, will be putting their questions directly to the leaders. And you leaders, you've agreed to tonight's rules and format. So before we begin, please answer the questions you're asked. Do not interrupt each other. I don't want to cut you off, but I will if I have to, okay? All right, let's get started. You will each get a different question, and you have 45 seconds to answer. You all have a countdown clock. The theme is leadership and accountability. Your speaking order has been determined by draw. And Mr. Singh, you are first. Hi, Mr. Singh.
Hi there.
Mr. Singh, you are popular and you inspire many Canadians, but your platform is full of big promises. And when it comes to how you'll pay for it all, there's not a lot of details. Given this, how can Canadians know that you are really ready to lead?
I really appreciate the question, and I want to say good evening to everyone tuning in. There is a serious question that people are asking themselves in this election. They're wondering who's going to pay the price of this pandemic and the recovery. And we do have bold plans about how we can invest in people. But we are the only party with a credible plan that will not put the burden on people, that will not cut the help that they need, unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who voted against making the ultra-rich pay their fair share. We believe that billionaires should pay their fair share. We should end the loopholes and the offshore tax havens that mean billions of dollars are lost, that we are not able to invest in people. We want to put the burden on those that are at the very, very top so we can invest in the solutions that people need, tackling the climate crisis, investing in housing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh. Next to you, Mr. Trudeau. Because you wanted a new mandate, you plunged the country into an election even as the pandemic spurs thousands of new cases. But over the last 18 months, opposition parties have largely stood with you, putting the nation above politics. Why aren't you doing the same? How can you justify an election at this time?
Thank you, Ms. Curl. I think, first of all, I want to thank Canadians for being here tonight, making an important choice, and also, quite frankly, for everything you've done over the past number of months to help get ourselves and our neighbours through this. Tonight, over the next couple of hours, you're going to hear some very, very different and very strong ideas that are radically different about how we're going to move forward through this pandemic to end it, how we're going to build back better. Those decisions are going to be taken by your government now, in the coming weeks, this fall, not a year from now, not 2 years from now.
Could it not have waited a few months, Mr. Trudeau?
I know you want to go harder and faster on vaccinations. I know you want to go harder and faster on climate change, and you get to choose exactly that in this election.
All right, that's time. Thank you. Mr. Blanchet, to you. You deny that Quebec has problems with racism, yet you defend legislation such as Bills 96 and 21, which marginalize religious minorities, Anglophones, and Allophones. Quebec is recognized as a distinct society, but for those outside the province, please help them understand why your party also supports these discriminatory laws.
The question seems to imply the answer you want. Those laws are not about discrimination. They are about the values of Quebec.
And yet religious minorities, sir, cannot progress if they wear their religious gear.
Quebec is not recognized as a distinct society. It's been recognized as a nation on June 16th by the Parliament. 281 votes said that Quebec is a nation, and everybody here seems to agree with that. No more distinct society, which never had any meaning anyway. Meaning, not meeting.
So, again, why the discriminatory laws and your support for it, sir?
You may repeat as many times as you want that those are discriminatory laws. We are saying that those are legitimate laws that apply on Quebec territory, and there seems to be people around here who will share this point of view, which is a gain by itself for Quebec.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Ms. Paul, to you. For millions of voters, this is the climate change election. But at this critical time, you've been bogged down in internal strife. If your own party doesn't fully support you, how can Canadians trust you to lead through one of the most defining issues of our times?
It's an excellent question, and it's an honor to be here tonight on the unceded territories of the Algonquin peoples. It has been a very difficult period, and do I wish that our party had been further ahead, particularly at this moment? Absolutely.
Bro.
Do I believe that...
This motherfucker said build back better. The Quebec guy is literally insane. Okay, and also, why did Jagmeet Singh say, "Oh, we're just gonna tax the billionaires"? He did the meme. It's like not the millionaires, just the billionaires. What is happening here, dude? What the? Literally every part of this debate has been dog shit so far. The Quebec one being like extra dog shit, like, listen, this is Quebec, this is who we are. It's like, why are you being discriminatory? Ah, because this is a part of the parliament. We voted to be not Canadian, but Quebecois. Listen, we are a real country, and we will do discrimination if we want to. It's like, dude, but you're not describing, like, are you allowed to be discriminatory against Muslims if you're a fucking real country?
Against legislation protecting them. Tell me, how can voters trust that it's
content,
you
I take it back.
and not your caucus that will be in charge of a conservative policy agenda?
Well, thank you, Ms. Curl. I'm a new leader of the Conservative Party, and we have a plan to get the country back on its feet after a difficult 18 months in this crisis. I'm a pro-choice ally to the LGBTQ community. That comes from my service in the military, where I served alongside people from all backgrounds, all orientations, putting the country first. And our platform, including a detailed plan on climate change, is about making sure we secure the future. Jobs, accountability, national leadership on mental health.
So is it you, sir, or your caucus that's driving the bus?
I am driving the bus to make sure we get this country back on track. And I'm here to defend the rights of all Canadians, women, members of the LGBTQ community, Indigenous Canadians. I want to make sure we all secure a future together.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. All right, leaders, thank you. It is now time for our first face-to-face debate. Mr. Trudeau, Ms. Paul, you're up. Starting with Mr. Trudeau, based on this question. You call yourself a feminist, but on your watch, sexual misconduct in Canada's armed forces continues to run rampant. Tell me, why are you allowing these unacceptable conditions to continue?
I think we recognize that there are systems and institutions that need to change across the country, and that's why from the very beginning, we stepped up with policies, new policies, stronger policies and processes to support every survivor, everyone who comes forward, because nobody deserves to work in a workplace where they are being discriminated against, where they are being harassed or hassled. We have been unequivocal about that. My leadership has been unequivocal about that. Yes, these problems continue in workplaces across the country, particularly in the military. That's unacceptable, which is why we've taken even stronger measures. It's unsatisfactory to have to say, we're relying on process in this. We want to just be able to have easy answers.
Ms.
But
Paul,
this is
what's
not
your
an
response
issue
to that?
with easy answers. You have to fall back on process.
I have said before, and I'll say again tonight, that I do not believe that Mr. Trudeau is a real feminist. A feminist doesn't continue to push strong women out of his party when they are just seeking to serve. And I will say their names tonight and thank them. Thank you, Jane Philpott. Thank you, Jody Wilson-Raybould. Thank you, Selena Cesar Chavez. And I'm here tonight thanks to the work that you have done. I believe that if there were more women on this platform tonight and in previous years, that we, in fact, would have better laws in our military. We would have childcare at this point. We would have many of the things that we need. I am the only woman, other than Elizabeth May, to be on this platform in the last 18 years. The Liberal Party has never had a woman lead it. I think it's time for the party to examine its priorities.
Ms. Hall, you'll perhaps understand that I won't take lessons on caucus management from you.
And I think
what I will keep
that I won't
focused
take
on
lessons for
is
you, as
making
you
sure
heard.
that our first woman finance minister has moved forward on
all right, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, that's time. We have to move on.
Cabinet.
Mr. Blanchet, Mr. O'Toole, and Mr. Singh, this next topic is for you to debate. Canada's transition to a green economy depends on pipelines. At a time when Ontario and Quebec face uncertain energy supply over Line 5, this country cannot extract nor distribute oil domestically. Our theme is leadership. Tell me, which one of you is best to lead on these complex issues? Mr. Blanchet, per the draw, you begin.
I'm not very much interested in leading Canada. However, I am very much interested in making sure that Quebec is entitled to its own vision for the future. You know, in Quebec, we do not have energy issues that much because we are lucky. We are lucky. It's a piece of luck that we can produce green energy in a large amount. But The whole planet cannot afford this idea, this very Canadian idea, this very conservative idea, and as far as I know, this very liberal idea that we have to produce more oil, export more oil, believing that the money from it will reduce gas emission, which won't happen.
All Canadian families deserve an economic recovery, including families in Western Canada that feel left out after 6 years of Mr. Trudeau. When it comes to leadership,
I love that
our
Quebec
natural
is in this,
resources
dude.
sector is a leader.
I love that, like, it's like a joke. Like, they just added Quebec as a seasoning. You know what I mean? It's so funny that, like, he's like, I do not care about the Canadians. I do care about the Quebec. We have very good energy. Where are we? I don't care about Canada.
So that we can have jobs opportunities.
Like, why are you there, motherfucker? What do you mean?
When it comes to leadership on the fighting this essential crisis, one of the biggest crises we're up against, we've got a difficult choice for Canadians. You've got on one side someone who doesn't believe there's a crisis, and then on the other you got Mr. Trudeau who doesn't act like there's a crisis. And what it's going to take is real leadership. Because the solutions are there. We can invest in green energy, clean energy. We can invest in renewable energy.
Doesn't give up on tens of thousands of workers across
We'll never
the country.
give up on workers. We're
workers that are working hard for their families, so we can get our resources to market.
Okay, one at a time, gentlemen. Mr. O'Toole, then back to you, Mr. Singh. Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh.
I want to see Canadians get back to work in all sectors and in all regions. And I'm proud of what we produce in our country, whether it's our resources or the resources in the heads of our young people.
But
we need to get emissions down,
Mr. O'Toole,
and get our energy to market.
These workers need.
Did I see it correct? Did he actually say we must secure an existence for all of our children? Like he's like still doing the Nazi shit?
Afford another 4 years. What we need to do is invest in a diversified economy, clean energy.
You know what's funny? Sorry, I'm muting Jug Meat, but like, what's funny is like the Conservative Party always is just American, okay? And not just only on policy, but like he literally sounds American, looks American. Why is it always like the Conservatives are always just American?
Admitting a problem.
They find like one fucking oil lobbyist from America and they're like, here, you be the fucking leader.
For all of you, we've had some encouraging news
last one
out
literally
of
was
Kabul
American.
overnight with the escape of 43 Canadians. That said, thousands of people who helped Canada during Canada's mission in Afghanistan have been left behind in their hour of need, and it is unknown if we will ever get them all out. To each of you, what would you have done differently? Mr. O'Toole, per the draw, you begin.
Canada should never leave behind people that are at risk because they helped us. When Afghanistan was falling, there were 1,200 Canadians and hundreds more translators and others waiting for help from Canada. What did Mr. Trudeau do? You called an election, sir. You put your own political interests ahead of the well-being of thousands of people. Leadership is about putting others first, not yourself. Mr. Trudeau, you should not have called this election. You should have gotten the job done in Afghanistan.
Mr. O'Toole,
hold on. This is not open debate, leaders. This is a situation where we're asking a question to each of you. No problem, Mr. Trudeau. I'm trying to keep track myself.
I would like him, Ms. Curl, because he called an election in the fourth wave of a pandemic with fires in British Columbia and with unfinished business in Afghanistan,
All
Mr.
right,
Trudeau.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. I'm going to give the opportunity next per the draw to Mr. Singh. You guys will have tons of time to debate, so hang tight. Mr. Singh.
Sadly, what's happened in Afghanistan is a tragedy that was something we knew about. We knew about the withdrawal date. We knew from President Biden what that date would be. And sadly, I agree with Mr. O'Toole on this one point that it was a bad decision to call an election while this crisis was going on, particularly because we've got allies on the ground that put their lives at risk to support our Canadian forces who are now looking at peril for their lives and may never get out of Afghanistan. We know the impact on women and girls in Afghanistan. It's heartbreaking, and it could have been avoided. Veterans had told Mr. Trudeau and his government for a long time that the current approach was not working. Those calls were not heeded, and as a result, we're in this really horrible situation.
Thank you,
It could have
Mr.
been avoided.
Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Blanchet.
First, good news. I seem to understand from what I read a few hours ago that Kabul airport is now being open for some people to get out of the country, which is very good news. This should have been worked a long, long time ago. I agree with Mr. O'Toole that Mr. Trudeau should have put those people's interest before his own. However, the problem is that Canada has failed many times to create some strong partnerships with other countries in order to be stronger facing a situation like Afghanistan now, because by itself, we must admit, Canada is not a world power.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Mr. Trudeau, I invite you to respond now.
Thank you, Ms. Curl. It's unfortunate to hear the members, the leaders on this stage talking down the incredible work that our Canadian Armed Forces, that our diplomats, that our consular officials did from the beginning of the summer to ensure that as of the very beginning of August, well before this election, we were getting flights out of Afghanistan. We got 3,700 people out of Afghanistan. And over the past weeks, we've been working with the Qataris, for example, on exactly that good news that we've seen of more people, more Canadians getting out of Afghanistan. We work closely with our allies because we know Canadians sacrificed in Afghanistan for a better future. We need to stand by the people who helped us, who helped themselves, and we will with even more people coming to Canada in the coming months.
All right, Mr. Trudeau. Ms. Paul.
As a former diplomat and with a husband who provided advice on the peace negotiations in Afghanistan, we were hearing the stories all the time in the months leading up that this was foreseeable. And so it seems like we got better information on our smartphones than Mr. Trudeau got from our entire intelligence service based on what he's saying. The thing is that when people count on you, when you make a promise to them, then you do it so that people can count on Canada's word. When someone is your partner, you go with them, you go for them, or you don't amount to much. And so leaving behind people in Afghanistan, walking up to in Rideau Hall and calling an election under these circumstances was not the right thing to do. And to borrow a line from Mr. Singh from 2019, Mr. Trudeau could just say, hey, man, I messed up.
All right, Ms. Paul, thank you very much. Thank you all. And now it is our time for a first attempt at open debate. Jumping off of this question, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been in Chinese prisons for 1,004 days. The next Prime Minister has key decisions to make about our already tense relationship with China, such as telecommunications security and foreign investment. Some say this all comes down to a trade-off between Canada's economic growth and recognition of human rights. I'd like to know where you all stand. I'm sure you want to exchange on that. Mr. Singh, per the draw, you begin. Leaders, you may jump in.
Thank you very much. We know that we can't imagine what it is for Mr. Spavor and Mr. Kovrig to be going through 1,000+ days in a prison without access to human rights. I can't imagine what their friends and their families are going through right now. All I know is we have to do everything possible to secure the release of these two Canadians. We need to work with our allies, apply pressure, and make sure that we return these Canadians home. That's what we've got to do.
And that's exactly what we've been doing. Over the past 3 years, we have worked with international allies to put pressure on China in every single one of their meetings. We've worked closely with the United States. We, at the G7 a few weeks ago, worked with the international community to make sure we're moving forward on challenging China where necessary in human rights, competing with them economically where we need to, and holding them to account on the rule of law as a global community. And Canada's voice has been very strong on that.
Canada's voice has been absent, Mr. Trudeau. We have not worked with our allies on Huawei. We have not stood up for the 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong. We've not fought for the two Michaels and put pressure on the communist regime. We have not stood up for human rights. Sir, you did not show up for a vote declaring a genocide towards the Uyghur people. You didn't show up. Canada is the country that was leading the fight against apartheid. We created the UN Human Rights Code. We should be leaders for our values, sir. And you've let the Michaels down, and we have to get serious with China.
If you want to let the Michaels and get the Michaels home, you do not simply lob tomatoes across the Pacific. That is what Mr. Harper tried for a number of years and didn't get anywhere. You need to engage in a sophisticated way with our allies every step of the way.
You have to take the same position on Huawei,
and that's exactly
on steel,
what we have done
on
every step of the time.
Cyber security, Mr. Trudeau. We are out of step, and our allies are wondering where Canada's gone. You started as Prime Minister saying you admired China.
If I could...
I'm coming to you, Ms. Paul. Just a second. I want to get to Mr. Singh, and then to you, Ms. Paul.
I appreciate, thank you very much, the opportunity. I want to also we're talking about leadership and accountability. And in this pandemic, one of the moments I think of leadership that has been a failure is the fact that when we talk about leadership, it means finding solutions. And in our long-term care homes here in Canada, we saw the worst conditions in
Mr.
for-profit.
Singh, we're going to have time to chat with that later. The topic is China, human rights and economic growth. To you, Ms. Paul.
Yes, and this is an area where certainly lines are being redrawn all across the world. And the main thing that Canada is going to have going forward in terms of currency is its word. When we make a promise, we have to keep those promises. That's how, when we need help, we get it. You know, my mom grew up on a farm in a small community, and she learned very young and taught us that you have to give your word to your neighbors, and they have to be able to count on it so that when you need help, they're there for you.
She is ruthless,
and so
dude.
when we don't show up, when we're asked for
fucking
vaccines
moderator
from
is
COVAX,
so
and then we
ruthless.
take vaccines from COVAX, when the Uyghur ask us for help to declare a genocide, and we don't do that, when we don't show up on the climate by setting targets that are ambitious, but at the same time in line with our international partners and do our fair share, then our word doesn't count for much, and then it makes it very hard for us to help people like the Michaels when they need us the most.
Mr. Blanchet, did you want to get in on
Chewing
this?
tomatoes might not be the solution, but I would submit humbly that doing nothing might not be the solution either. The Mr. Trudeau's record on human rights is not
This guy's
perfect.
my favorite.
We might name the two Michaels. We might
He's
name
literally my favorite.
Uyghur in Xinjiang.
Also,
we
the
might
two
name
Michaels,
Taiwan, Hong Kong. We might
it
name
sounds like a movie,
Catalonia
dude.
and Mr. Puigdemont. We might
But even
name
your human rights problems are like unironically funny. It's like, oh, we got the two Michaels. We need to save the Michaels. Even though they're Canadian. Fake country Canada.
Gentlemen, one at a
2
time.
seconds. The Parliament voted unanimously to give citizenship to Raif Badawi. Nothing has been done afterward.
All right. Whoa. Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Singh.
Mr.
O'Toole.
Blanchet is correct. Canada is needed back on the world stage. We may be smaller than China with respect to population and economy, but we are a giant when it comes to our commitments to human rights, to dignity, and to the rule of law. And we have to start working with our allies to take a more serious approach.
I love
for
when the
human rights,
conservative is taking
standing
a
up for our
position against
workers on fair
apartheid like
trade,
his party was
and making sure
historically
that our
ever
voice is a
against it.
principled
You know
one
what I
on the
mean?
world stage again.
Bro, you're literally American. Go back to America, you dumb fuck. Actually, never mind. You guys keep it.
Right-sounding things. And he's working on reassuring everyone that he's right there as a strong leader. But he can't convince his candidates to get vaccinated. He can't convince his MPs to
All
follow
right,
his
let's keep the theme.
pro-choice.
Mr. Singh, you wanted to get in. I'm giving the last word. I'm giving the last word to Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau, please.
I'm giving the last word to China.
Leadership means standing up. It means standing up for the Uyghur in China. It means standing up to defend people around the world. It also means showing leadership when it comes to fighting the climate crisis. We've got the worst record under Mr. Trudeau in the G7. So that's not leadership, certainly not.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, leaders. We are now moving on to our next theme, which is climate change. All right, this time we're starting with a question from Trevor McMullen. He is a high school teacher in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. He's standing by. Trevor, what's your question?
Hey, good evening. As leader, what immediate actions would you take to make green technology more accessible and affordable so that everyday Canadians don't have to bear the financial burden of being environmentally ethical?
All right, thank you, Trevor. Leaders, you've heard Trevor's question. Ms. Paul, I apologize. Ms. Paul, you're going first.
Thank you so much for that question. And, Trevor, that's exactly where your head should be at. That's where all of our heads should be at. How can we use this opportunity to seize the moment to create a green economy? How can we incentivize every single person in Canada, every company, and every enterprise to adopt green technologies? How can we become a global leader? And so, absolutely, if you look at our platform, you will see that we propose incentives all the way from buying electric cars, new and used, to retrofitting homes, to all of these items that will help make life easier for you and help for you to do your part. But this is a national and international issue. We need.
Didn't she accidentally endorse the Liberal Party's climate change policy?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. I really appreciate the question. And I'm sure you speak to a lot of young people as a teacher and are seeing the fear in their eyes, the worry and the desperation that young people have because they don't know what type of future they're going to inherit. And they're worried about the impacts of the climate crisis because it's hurting us now and it's only going to get worse if we don't do anything about it. And to invest in that future, we need to make choices. And right now, we look at the choices Mr. Trudeau has made over the past 6 years. He has promised to end fossil fuel subsidies, but instead of ending them, he has increased them to $900 million per year. That is money we could spend on investing in clean technology, in making it easier for people to access that technology and to do our part to fight the climate crisis. So it's a matter of choices. We can't afford another 4 years of Mr. Trudeau's choices.
If I lived in Canada, I'd vote for the Quebec Party, even though they're racist.
Thank you for the question.
Just on
Trevor.
attitude
I was
alone.
raised by two strong women who were teachers, and they told
I don't
me
know
to be
why
straight
they don't
up.
win every time.
This is an area where the Conservatives, we had to win back some trust. We hadn't met the expectations of Canadians on climate change.
He's so funny, dude.
It's an important issue.
He's so fucking hilarious, dude. He's so dumb.
All the time. That's why in
I don't know why you're asking me about the Canada energy.
Package, pricing carbon.
This guy's literally an American oil lobbyist. You will never tell me that this guy is not an American oil lobbyist. I don't believe you.
Green choices to lower their carbon footprint. This approach is innovative because it would allow all Canadians to know what their carbon footprint is and make those innovative investments to lower it. I think we all have a role to play, and our plan is detailed and we'll deliver on it.
Mr. Blanchet.
Thank you to be with us, sir. I hope you appreciate a little bit blunt answers. First, you put a ceiling on any production of oil and gas. You take all the money that the federal government is placing into that industry, even more by the Liberals than the Conservatives before, and you put that into green energy. And you take the money for Trans Mountain and you give it to Alberta for Alberta to initiate its own transition toward a greener economy. This is the way to do things, because if we don't do that and keep dreaming about reducing gas emission while increasing production, we will never get there.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Trudeau.
Thank you, Trevor, for your question.
Why is he spitting?
From one teacher to another, I know that you need to ground your decisions and what you share with your students in science. And all these leaders on here have various claims about what their climate change plan is going to do. Unfortunately, if you look at what the experts and the
if he wasn't a delusional separatist and also a fucking racist, he's like kind of not bad.
To answer your question specifically, how to make it more affordable for Canadians? Well, the first thing we did on that was bring in a national price on pollution that incentivizes businesses to go cleaner at the same time as it puts more money in families' pockets. We are going to put a cap on oil sands and oil and gas emissions and decline it until net zero and create those opportunities.
It's a left-wing party. Are you that ignorant? Bro, I know, but they're also fucking racist, okay?
Thank you, Trevor. Have a good
So shut the
evening.
fuck up.
I'm turning it back
And
to
they're
the leaders.
separatists.
It is time for more debate. The draw has
And
Mr.
therefore
Trudeau
delusional.
and Mr. O'Toole facing off. Your topic is climate change. Even today, 1 in 4 Canadians don't believe that climate change is caused by human activity. How can we achieve real progress when so many people are still debating the fundamentals? Mr. O'Toole, you begin.
Climate change is a real threat, not only to Canada and to the world. That's why we have to take a serious plan to tackle it. That's why, as I said, we put our plan out in April, because we had to restore some trust on this issue to make sure we can show Canadians we can get emissions down and get the economy working again. That is key. We have a plan to meet our Paris targets, but minimize the impact on jobs and investment. We're also going to make major investments in electric vehicles, in the hydrogen economy, small modular reactors. There is so much we can do to get our emissions down, but grow a strong economy, because without a strong economy, we can't tackle climate change. We can't tackle the issues of today.
The reality that Mr. O'Toole has never understood is you can't have a strong economy unless you tackle climate change. And you ask about how we're going to convince the quarter of Canadians who still don't think climate change is real. Well, Mr. O'Toole can't even convince his party that climate change is real, because they voted against that. And that's perhaps why his plan is so weak. His plan is to go back to the Harper targets.
This dumbass fucking Quebec leftist said, is Scottish independence, Scottish separatists also delusional? I didn't realize Scottish separatists were not indigenous, at least like in the way that we understand it, to the land. I didn't realize they were also sitting on stolen land.
Let him respond, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole.
And a part of a larger, like, occupying colonial fucking...
Mr. Trudeau always forgets one fact. He has never made a target for climate change. He has great ambition. That's part of the reason we're in an election in a pandemic, is his ambition. He doesn't have achievement. he never meets his target.
The
so we have a
target
plan
is in 2030,
that we will
so
meet
it's
the
actually quite
targets
difficult
and
to
get
meet
our
a target
country
that's 9
back
years
to
away,
work.
except for the fact that right now we are on track to
Gentlemen,
beating
we
that
have
target.
to wrap
Never
this
meet the
segment.
target, Mr. Trudeau.
Over
All
that
right,
target.
we are moving
We are
on.
track.
We are moving on, leaders. Next up is Mr. Singh, Mr. Blanchette, and Ms. Paul. I'd like each of you to describe how you'll implement a national approach that best recognizes the significant regional differences involved in fighting climate change. You begin, Mr. Singh.
Why don't you think about the incredible fact that Quebec still speaks French after 300 years of Britain occupation? It is a great feat and should be praised. Not many places achieve cultural perennity. It's hilarious that that's your achievement, dude.
Let me tell you, you're not stuck with these two. Better is possible. We can invest in a clean economy. We can end fossil fuel subsidies. We can make sure we're creating clean transportation, and we can invest in provinces and territories to make sure they have the resources necessary to fight the climate crisis. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. I'm going to be a dad soon, and I want to make sure my child grows up into a future that has the same opportunities that I had, that has clean air, clean water, a clean place to live. I want to make sure that that's
as far as I understand it, it is not a national or even less a regional issue. It is a planetary issue. And it has to be tackled by everybody at once. But I would be
He's
glad
going to be like,
to give
this is why I
some of
care
my
about it,
precious
because
time
Quebec
to
is not
Mr. O'Toole,
Canada.
Because a week ago, a little more than that, he said in French that he did not want anymore to have a pipeline to go through Quebec. That was quite a statement. He said that in French, no more pipeline through Quebec. I want to hear that in English tonight. Please, please.
Well, Mr.
Hold on. This segment is...
I'll take time.
Quite frankly, this...
We're not going to let that happen.
This on the climate, this sort of approach is going to get us
What the fuck is going on? Canadian broadcasters. What the fuck?
nowhere, and a global issue. This is a national issue. This is a nonpartisan issue, and we have got to be able to come together across party lines. I said that I was available for a debate just on the climate because it's that important, but we've invited many times all of the parties to join us in a joint cabinet, a cross-party cabinet, to deal with this the way that we dealt with the pandemic, together. People were so inspired to see these leaders come together in the early days of the pandemic. We have got to bring that same approach here. Let's come together because that's what's needed.
Thank you very much. I absolutely agree. We do need to come together. I can lay out what we shouldn't do and what we need to do. What we shouldn't do is what Mr. Trudeau did. Set targets and miss them. We shouldn't promise to end fossil fuel subsidies and then increase them. We shouldn't put a price on pollution and then exempt the biggest polluters. What we need to do is end those fossil fuel subsidies, invest in provinces and territories with infrastructure that's going to help.
Mods, can you ban that dumbass O'Toole supporter, please?
Hold on, Mr. Singh.
With the greatest of respect to...
Let Ms. Paul respond.
You keep saying O'Toole supports workers' councils or worker representation. Like, no, he doesn't. Shut up.
For years,
I know it's a part of his policy, but he doesn't.
by the NDP or any other party.
All right, we have to wrap this section now, leaders.
You're so fucking
it is
stupid,
time
dude.
for me, with great pleasure, to welcome
Yeah, dude, he's gonna do workers' councils. He's a Maoist, actually.
She is
I
joining
heard.
us now, and she's going to be asking each of you a direct question on climate change. This round starts with Mr. Trudeau. Hi, Mercedes.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Hello, candidates. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to ask you about a question that is on a lot of Canadians' minds, the question of climate change. Mr. Trudeau, starting with you, on your watch,
They've officially talked more about climate change in this debate than the entire presidential debate and primaries in America.
The worst emissions reduction record in the G7. According to the most recent data from your government, Canada's emissions in 2019 were just as high as they were 15 years ago. Environmentalists say that your performance is insufficient. If you're so serious about climate change, why are Canada's emissions still going up?
We inherited a government from a conservatives that did not believe in the fight against climate change, and we had a lot of catching up to do. But what we were able to do in 6 years is bring a national price on pollution, ban single-use plastics, move forward in protecting more of our coasts and oceans and rivers than any government in history. And we are right now on track to exceeding those 2030 targets set at the beginning at Paris, down to 36%. And we've gone even further with that, with a concrete plan that the experts have said is the only one that can achieve a 40% reduction.
Which they say you're unlikely to meet.
That is what we're dealing with.
Okay, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Blanchet.
Madame.
Your party often criticizes the oil and gas industry in Canada's western provinces. You've said that you would block pipelines trying to go through Quebec. While you were the environment minister, though, you allowed oil exploration and carbon-intensive projects without environmental assessment. So why the double standard, and what do you say to Canadians who feel that you're blocking their prosperity?
There were three issues that have been raised since I've been into this election. First one is having reversed the 9B line of Enbridge, which had been reversed a few years sooner without any evaluation or anything. Second one is a project in Baie des Chaleurs, which already had been submitted to an evaluation, an environmental evaluation. And the other one was to have an environmental, I will come to that, evaluation after the exploration. This is all a build-up made by the previously environmentalist Stephen Guilbeault from the Parti Libéral, which the Prime Minister did not even know about when he attacked me with it. My record is also having signed the carbon market with California, which is still considered the best way to tackle the gas emission through incentives and tariffs around, I wouldn't say the world,
All right,
at
Mr.
least North
Blanchet,
America.
That is time. Mercedes, your next question.
Mr. O'Toole, you're next. Under your plan, Canada would abandon its current climate target. Instead, you would settle for a weaker one. In fact, it's one set 6 years ago by Stephen Harper. World leaders are meeting this fall to ratchet up their commitments on climate change on the global stage, yet you would walk ours back. You've said that climate change is real and you've endorsed carbon pricing, but your target is the lowest of all of the major parties who are here tonight.
Bro, this guy's just a Democrat.
Settle for your plan and a plan that would take our targets back in time?
Because Canadians deserve to have a plan and leadership to make the targets. Mr. Trudeau went to Paris. The targets I'm talking about making.
I feel like the entire debate stage is just comprised of Democrats.
Did not make them. He likes to blame everyone else but himself for action. So what we did, because as I said, Mercedes, we have to build trust on this issue. We went out and worked with the top consultancy in the country to come up with a plan to price carbon, to get our emissions down to meet Paris,
That's
but
terrible.
to also get people back to work. After COVID-19, with $500 billion worth of debt put on by Mr. Trudeau, with a cost of living crisis, we also need to have a strong economy to get our emissions down. We will make our emission targets, and I think it's important for Canada to have a plan to meet what it signs on to internationally.
Ms. Paul
Terrible
of the
answer.
Green Party, obviously environment a big focus in your plan, calls for a 60% reduction in Canada's emissions by the year 2030. Other countries that are making that commitment don't face the same challenges that we do here in Canada. We live in a cold, northern, sprawling country, and our economy still relies on resource extraction, much of which you've said you would shut down completely in your platform. How would you offset the economic harm that would result from meeting such an aggressive target?
Thanks for the question. And first, let me say that when I think about our future and I think about the future of energy, Canada will remain an energy superpower, but we will be a renewable energy superpower. And I think about my brother who was a roughneck out on the oil patch until the bust during the pandemic. And I think about his future, and I know that we have got to diversify our economy. But I tell the people of Canada today that what happens next is really up to you. We can keep moving towards a mirage, and that is what these promises are, a mirage that's just out there in the distance that we never arrive at. Or you can send people back to Ottawa from every single party who are committed to working together across party lines on the greatest existential challenge of our time and seizing the opportunity of a truly green recovery.
Mr. Singh, you accuse the Trudeau government of being all talk and no action when it comes to climate change, and yet you won't even give Canadians a straight answer on whether or not you would cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. You've had years as NDP leader to develop a climate plan. Your platform has lots of big ideas and big targets, but almost no details on how you would get there. Don't you owe Canadians a clear answer on your climate roadmap, and will you provide one tonight?
Absolutely, and I'm honored to do so. We've got a bold plan that's going to take a lot of courage, that requires lots of investment, because we know how serious this crisis is. And we know what we're up against. Unlike Mr. Trudeau, we're not going to blame previous governments. We know that in power, we have the power to make a change. And if we vote for the same things, we're going to get the same results. So I want Canadians to know you have a choice. We are committed to ending.
But what is your plan, sir?
We'll lay some of it out. One of it is to end fossil fuel subsidies, use that to invest in clean energy. We would make sure we prioritize investing in electrified transportation. We would invest in retrofitting homes and buildings to reduce our emissions. There is so much that we can do. We are confident we can do it. But there is a cost if we continue down the same path of conservative or liberals who don't take this seriously. You have a choice.
That was a terrible answer. I'm not going to lie.
Thank you. Now it is time for open debate. Mercedes is going to keep you leaders on theme. I'm going to keep you on time and make sure everyone has a chance to be heard. Ms. Paul, we're starting with you.
I guess you can't say it because, like, you know, people will rip them.
Canadians want their government to fight climate change, but they also worry about the cost for their families. And we know there will be a cost to this. Why should Canadians trust your party to see us through this?
There is a global green rush going on now to create the competitive green economy of the future.
Bro, the Green Party seems like neoliberal too, though, which is weird. It's like your whole solution is supposed to be like
exactly what's happening.
Aggressively tackling
I'm sure
it.
that the last candle maker was the person that had the market cornered on candle making. But if everyone has moved on to LED lights, then you're in trouble. And so what we want to see is us seizing this opportunity. And Mercedes, to your earlier question, if Denmark and Greenland, other cold countries, can end oil exploration, then certainly we can do it. And if 27 countries in the European Union can come together collaboratively to have an ambitious plan for the climate, then surely with leadership, we can do the same here in Canada. I know Canada can do anything that any other country can do.
Absolutely. I
As
think we
said
absolutely
earlier,
can.
If any type of energy is removed from the global market, Canadian energy, it's replaced by a bad actor country that doesn't have carbon reduction programs, it doesn't have human rights, it doesn't have engagement with Indigenous communities. Indigenous partnerships in natural resources.
If we don't destroy the planet, other people will destroy it, and they'll destroy it worse than us.
Deserve an economic recovery just as much as anyone else. There are Indigenous partnerships, economic reconciliation, and a move towards a made in Canada net zero by 2050.
When we beat the fuck out of like land protectors and water protectors in an effort to build a pipeline, we're actually doing it in an ethical way. I'm O'Toole.
Timber, rare earth minerals for EVs.
Listen, I'm beating the gay into the Indigenous folk, okay? When I beat their fucking ass with the Mountie police, I'm actually beating the gay into them, okay?
And heat waves that mean Canadians lose their lives. The cost of not acting means a young woman I met in Hamilton who looked me in the eyes and said, what's the point of me pursuing my education? What's the point of me finding a partner or even starting a family when I don't know what type of future I'll live in, let alone my child? That's the cost of inaction. That's the cost of Mr. Trudeau, who had 6 years to do something about this.
Again,
it's not 2 years. It's not a small mandate. 6 years. And he failed you, and it cost all of us.
Mr. Trudeau.
When we talk about a climate crisis, we have to deal in facts. And one of the facts I need to correct right now that everyone is laid into is we have not missed any of our targets. We are on track to exceeding our targets. And it's important that we are on facts. Secondly, I do have a question for Mr. Singh. We need to talk about science. We need to talk about experts. We agree on that, you and I both. So how is it that the experts that have rated our plan on climate to be an A have rated your plan to be an F?
Experts.
I rate your track record an F, Mr. Trudeau. You've had 6 years.
You don't get to rate.
I rate.
Well,
Politicians,
experts. Why did the experts give you an F on your climate plan?
Let Mr. Singh
Let's
respond,
talk about
Mr.
right now.
Trudeau.
Let me respond to this. Let's talk. You're talking about the future. Let's talk about right now. You had 6 years.
Why did you get
Let me finish.
Let me finish. Climate?
You've got the worst track record in all the G7 after 6 years. How can people trust you?
Why didn't you put forward an
he's doing the I'm the referee.
Then Ms. Paul.
Just me doing the XQC tactic. I'm the referee, dude.
Hold on, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh, thank you very much.
I'm the referee, dude. You're doing nonchalance. I rate you an F.
Explain why his his plan is being panned by experts. Now, every politician up here says, we have the best plan. We actually have a record. And what Mercedes' question was, how do we make sure it's affordable? We brought in
Does
a
NDP
price
even have a
solution
plan?
across the country that puts more money back in the pockets in the provinces.
I feel like
where it had to
NDP's
be
plan is
imposed because
kind of
conservative
dog
politicians
water.
fought against it
seems
every
like.
step of the way.
Ms.
And
Paul,
exempts the biggest polluters.
Ms. Paul.
With the greatest of respect, I think the 5 PhDs in our shadow cabinet who put together our green recovery policy would disagree with you, with the experts.
I mean, I'm a fan of Jugmeat. I think he's a really nice guy. I think he's a very cool guy. And he's the closest to my worldview on that stage.
Across party lines, not only to face the existential
Like,
crisis that Mr. Singh described.
I'm a fan of NDP. All jokes aside, I was like kidding about the Quebecois thing.
Economic opportunity that Canada has seen within our lifetimes. We are being left behind. And if the United States can do it, if the European
I wish he was a little bit more aggressive.
I know that we can do it. It's about a change in the culture.
All right, thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Blanchette, did you
The
want to
clock
get
shows
in?
that I'm quite behind everybody else, and I have 12 seconds left.
Take some
I will
time,
disagree
sir.
with the basic statement. There's possibility to create more wealth to absorb the cost of the
guy's
changes that we need. We must stop opposing environment and creating wealth. It may go together well. This is the change that we have to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mercedes. And now, leaders, we are moving on to our next theme, reconciliation.
We will not let
Now we will not let Quebec be anything but Quebec.
No Muslim
headgear. Question to all the leaders. Merrick, you're 18 years old. You're a first-time voter. What is your question to the leaders?
No Muslims.
Go ahead, Merrick. The leaders are listening.
Ani Bojo. In the Ojibwe culture, trust and respect is key to any relationship. Oh, shoot.
You got it, Merrick. Keep going.
How can I trust and respect the federal government after 150 plus years of lies and abuse to my people? And as Prime Minister, what will you do to rebuild the trust between First Nations and the federal government?
Thank you, Merrick.
Shit.
Leaders, you've heard the question. How do you respond to Merrick? Mr. Trudeau, you start this round.
Thank you, Merrick, for your question. You're absolutely right. Over the past 150 years, Canada has failed in its relationship with Indigenous peoples. People who we should be working with and shared stewardship of the land, working with in partnership as we draw from the bounty and the beauty of this land to build a better future for all.
He's like, I'm going to do better blackface than I've ever done. What I'm going to do now is Indigenous face.
We have ended boil
I'll be
water
running around with
advisories in
headgear, traditional
109
headgear.
different communities. We have made sure that tens of thousands of young people get to go to school in better classrooms. We continue to move forward on fighting fighting for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and ensuring a true partnership as we move forward in respect.
Mr. Blanchette.
Your question is quite moving. I would say that no one
is he going to tie this back to the Quebecois independence?
Any nation what to do,
or
what to think, and that every nation has to be recognized as such. Either it is a nation of 300 people, like there is in Quebec, or an 8 million people nation like Quebec is. It calls for a relationship between equals. It calls for a relationship in which nobody tells the other party that they are stronger, bigger, richer, and therefore
Quebec is
you will do
like
as
the
you are
indigenous
told,
population.
even if we say it politely. And first, you provide clean water to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Ms. Paul.
Yes, and thank you so much for...
Yo, someone should ask Quebec what land it's sitting on, dude.
Anguish in it as well, because justice justice denied. And coming from a diaspora myself, where we have been robbed of our culture, of our languages, of our history, I have no idea where my ancestors were born or where they're buried. I completely understand how important this is and how frustrating it is not to have seen the action. I am tired of being up on these stages without Indigenous leadership here to speak for itself. Jody Wilson-Raybould, Mumalak Kalak, I'm thinking of you right now. And when Ms. Kakak said that without action...
Bro, she's like She's like American Radlib on steroids.
Sovereignty, self-determination, nation-to-nation engagement. That is my commitment.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. McLeod, thank you for the question. And the way you phrased it is so important.
I feel like Canada doesn't have enough social safety nets to be this lame, dude. Like, they have like, they exhibit all the worst qualities of liberalism. And like, of course, they have like advanced social safety nets in comparison to America, because America is disgusting. But like, it really doesn't justify how whack they are all the fucking time. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to save every Indigenous child. Like, we're going to apologize profusely. Like, says America? No, but America's a bunch of hogs. Like, we suck. Dude, we are disgusting animals, okay? We live in our shit and piss. And we think that our above ground pools full of shit and piss is actually full of gold, okay? We fucking hurt ourselves in confusion regularly. But that's also what makes America very entertaining. Canada is just like, they're all pussies, dude. They like do just as much brutality, but then they're like, oh, we're so sorry. We're so sorry. We're so sorry about that.
That takes a knee one day and then takes Indigenous kids to court the next. And how do you restore trust in a country as wealthy as ours, a G7 nation in the 21st century that still does not provide clean drinking water to every single Indigenous nation? It starts by actually walking the path of reconciliation, not with the empty words, but real action, clean water, nation to nation, and respect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singh. Merrick, did the leaders answer your question?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Messieurs Blanchette and O'Toole, it is your turn to debate now. You've promised more money to search for unmarked graves, but so much more needs to be done to achieve meaningful reconciliation. Mr. Blanchette, you begin. Tell me, how are you better positioned than Mr. O'Toole to restore justice?
I am not better positioned than Mr. O'Toole because I believe that this is a relationship between nations. And, you know, your presence a nation, I feel I represent another one, and we are discussing with a lot of other nations. But I will remind everybody that on the last day of the last session, we had a motion adopted unanimously by the Parliament, and this motion was precisely saying what we had been told to carry by the First Nation leaders, and we had it adopted. This might be the way to do it. Many times the Bloc Québécois said, even if we don't agree with everything, that we would share our seats and our voices in the Parliament with the First Nations in order to have them being heard by the whole country.
After the tragic finding of graves in Kamloops, Cowessess, and other former residential school sites, we offered to work in a bipartisan fashion on calls to action 71 to 76. Those are related to former residential school sites. And we need to act faster. I know Mr. Trudeau cares a great deal about reconciliation. I know we all do. But this is an issue where we have to act. We can no longer say that we recognize the calls to action. We need a plan to achieve them. And what I'm proposing is a plan that builds partnerships, that builds governance, that has Indigenous leaders, incredible ones like Jody Wilson-Raybould, to allow us to actually hold ourselves to account. All parties, all future governments. This is the biggest scar in the history of Canada. And we have to tackle it not just with good intentions, but with a good plan to deliver for all Indigenous people.
Mr. Blanchette,
I must
briefly.
say that the Prime Minister has nominated Gouverneur Général, I don't know how to translate that, who speaks Inuktitut, which is great, but does not speak French. Still, he does not agree with the idea of acknowledging, recognizing First Nation languages as official languages in his country.
All right, we will leave that segment there. Ms. Paul, Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, you're up. Tell me, what is your plan to end the ongoing disproportionate violence against Indigenous women and girls? Ms. Paul.
The first thing is to make space for Indigenous
I love him
leadership
because he's like, he's
you know,
just
we
like
have
a
done
one,
all
he's
these
a
things
single
and made
issue
all these
voter.
promises. We know what needs to be done. The recommendations are there.
He
in
finds
the
a way to
calls
like
for
bring
justice
everything
and the
back
missing
to
and murdered
being
Indigenous women and
Quebec.
girls report, and yet we
Quebec
still don't
being
have
number
the
one.
action. And so, as I said before, it should be Jody up here answering that question. It should be Mumala Kakak up here answering that question. We need to make the space for Indigenous leadership to guide this process, and above all, we need to make this a priority. All that is left now is political will.
But that is exactly what we have been doing, Ms. Paul. When we called the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls after years of governments avoiding doing that, we ensured that we brought the truth forward. And then
Canada
we
is not even
with
number
Indigenous
2.
leaders groups, Indigenous women's groups, to co-develop the action plan that we are now fully funding so we can get justice for the victims, healing for the families, and put an end to this ongoing national tragedy. It will take a lot of work by all of us, but we are walking this road in partnership because we know it needs to be done and there is much more to do.
But Mr. Trudeau, sadly, and this, I don't take any pleasure in this, the calls to justice are out there and you haven't acted on them. And I meant it when I said you can't take a knee one day if you're going to take Indigenous kids to court the next. That's not leadership.
Mr. Singh,
that's
you
not going to
love
make things
that
better.
line about taking Indigenous kids to court.
You
It's
are.
actually not true. We have
Trudeau,
committed to
how can you say
compensating
that?
those
You can't
kids who went
say
through that.
Listen,
And what's
seriously,
more
you can't
than
say
that,
that.
this is important, Mr.
No, you
Singh.
can't say you're not
When
taking them
you
to court
talk
when you're
about-
taking them to court.
When you talk
there
about
are kids out there
how
that are being
assess.
fought by you in court.
Leaders,
You
I
can't
would
say that.
actually remind you the question
say
is
that.
about violence against Indigenous women and girls. Let me recenter you on that.
I appreciate it because he can't continue to say that. That
Well,
doesn't make any sense.
and Ms. Curl, I will say again, I said this last night in the French debate, this is why we need more diversity in politics. This is why we need people to be, who are most directly impacted by issues, to be able to speak for themselves, because we are drifting off into things. We have only dedicated 2 minutes to talking about how we are going to bring true justice to Indigenous women in this country, if we could stick to the topic.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Curl, on this topic, and it was brought up in the earlier one, and we talked about Indigenous women, I want to talk about those kids buried in unmarked graves across the country, because it was a tragedy for all Canadians, one long known by Indigenous peoples. But when I went to Cowessess to speak with Chief Cadmus Dewormer, we not only grieved those kids, we signed an agreement, a landmark agreement, to keep kids at risk in their communities, to take them out of the provincial system. That is how we move forward. It took years to sign that agreement, but we got it, and we are empowering Indigenous communities
Mr.
to
Trudeau,
care for
we're
their
out
own
of
kids.
time. Mr. Singh, I'm going to give you very brief moment to respond. Briefly, we're over time.
We need to implement all the calls to justice. We need to listen to Indigenous women and girls. We need to make sure that they're safe, and we have the steps that they've laid out that we need to follow.
All right, thank you very much, leaders. Now I'm really pleased to welcome Melissa Ridgen of APTN News. Melissa's going to be asking you each a direct question on our theme of reconciliation. Your first question, hi Melissa, is to Mr. Blanchette. Over to you.
Tanshe, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be here with you to ask some questions for our APTN audience. Mr. Blanchette, I'm going to start with you. You know, numerous government reports, including in Quebec,
Chad, is she
have
Indigenous
sounded the
too?
alarm that systemic racism exists. From
Oh,
Joyce Echequan
I forgot to
dying as
mention,
she's
Canada's
taunted
really
by
weird.
Hospital staff, to police.
Canada's not like America. There's a lot of like.
What will you do as Black leader?
Indigenous
to
people are
address
very
systemic
mixed
racism in your own province in Quebec and also
in a lot of
elsewhere in
places with the
Canada?
population.
Never underestimate the
Like,
weight,
it's not
the
like
sadness
America.
of
To
those
Americans,
dramas.
like,
Second,
Americans don't understand that. They're like, what the fuck?
Systemic racism in June 2020, and then
In America, it's super
it became
segregated.
a political tool against Quebec.
With the exception of
It
people
became
who
a
are
tool to
like,
say Quebec is this and that
with the
and
exception of
racism
people
is
who are
xenophobic
like,
and
I'm
all of that, instead
1/64th
of
native or whatever,
opening
like
a
the Elizabeth
discussion,
Warrens of the world.
trying to find
Whereas in
solution,
Canada, they're like
consulting
very,
experts, discussing with the First Nations themselves, it became
I don't know how to describe
this
it.
white society against this
You're not
other
doing a
one,
great job
white
explaining it. Like,
society. We build
in
nothing.
Canada,
So the
they of
words
course still
became
oppress
toxic.
Indigenous
I know.
people.
What are you
And they still continue to do so. Yeah, First Nations
Discussing all
people,
of that
and they continue to do
on a
so. But
quiet
they are,
stage
with
without
respect,
this,
in comparison to America, a lot more integrated.
being aggressive as this debate has become.
All right, Mr. Blanchette, we have to move on. Your next question, Melissa.
This question's for you, Ms. Paul. Canada has more children in
Being
government
mixed
custody
and
right
being
now than at
metis
the
is
height
not
of
the same
residential
thing.
schools. New legislation, child welfare legislation, actually takes the onus on and puts it on the First Nations communities to bring their kids back, cleaning up
There's
the
still
mess
hella
that Canada's
segregation,
created,
too.
essentially. And those children are going to have to be brought back to all of those same problems that still exist that were the grounds for apprehension. What would you do in the House of Commons to make sure that poverty and trauma issues are addressed?
Thank you very much for that question. And absolutely, we mentioned that not that long ago in one of our statements that the residential school system had been replaced by children in care, and that this was just
it's mestizo. It's like the same as métis.
It really
is the
comes back
French
to what I said
version
before,
for
which is that
fucking.
the indigenous leadership is there. It is ready to guide all of these
It's
processes.
the same fucking. It's the same
What
word.
we are missing is political will. What we are missing is those who have been in power for a very long time, making space for new voices and diverse voices. I actually had to pull my jaw up, which just dropped, when I heard what Mr. Blanchette said. I invited Mr. Blanchette to get educated about systemic discrimination. I extend that invitation again. I would be happy to educate him.
It's nice to want to educate me.
This is my time, sir.
It is.
Thank you.
So nice time to insult people.
That was not an insult. It was an invitation to educate yourself.
This is leader direct questions.
There
Melissa,
should be
Mr.
some decency in
Blanchette.
this debate. Since I'm many minutes behind everybody else, there should be some
Mr.
decency
Blanchette,
in
you
the
have had
debate.
every opportunity to
It's
jump
your
in an open
responsibility,
debate.
not mine, but some things
And
cannot
I am
be said.
fulfilling my responsibility, sir. Melissa, we're going to keep
This is why
moving on.
Quebec cannot be independent because of you.
Mr. Trudeau, this is for you. You know, your Liberal government has turned Indian affairs into two separate, massive bureaucracies that eat up large portions of funding that will never see it on to reserve. It doesn't leave the bureaucracy. You've promised clean drinking water, but billions of dollars later, that's not happened. Many still do not have clean drinking water. Canadians and Indigenous people are losing patience with the lack of results from all of this spending. So I guess the question is, why would they believe you a third term that they would get results and you would be accountable for all that spending?
One of the enemies of progressive politics, Melissa, is cynicism. Is discounting the hard work that millions of people have been involved in over the past years. And yes, there's always more to do. Progressives always know there's more to do. But when we came into office, there were 105 long-term boil water advisories. We lifted 109 of them, and for each of the ones that are remaining, we have a project lead, a project team, and an action plan, and we're going to lift those all. There are tens of thousands of kids across this country, Indigenous kids, who've started the school year in new schools or refurbished schools. We have moved forward on settling more agreements and more land claims and more partnerships than any other government over the years. We continue to work in partnership and respect and invest more money in Indigenous communities than any previous government. And no, we're not done yet.
I think the money, I don't think anybody's questioning the money spent. I think that they're questioning the results for the money that's spent. My next question is to you, Mr. Singh. Federal forces, including...
Bitch, why would Americans be jealous of Quebec culture? We literally, we defeated the fucking monarchy when Quebec can't even defeat Canada to get independence. You're literally double cucked. Canada's still cucked by the monarchy, and then Quebec is cucked by Canada. Why the fuck would anyone be jealous of that, dude? Are you fucking kidding me?
Title are finally respected in this country.
I really appreciate the question. First of all, we need to respect Indigenous treaty land and rights. That's a fundamental step towards walking the path of reconciliation.
I just rolled you up like a baguette, oui.
And I got to talk about the really sad reality that there's been violence, heavy-handed violence against Indigenous communities, against peaceful protesters, and I have long called for reform of policing. When I was in the provincial level, I fought against carting. I've continued to use every platform I have to say we've got to stop the use of force. We've got to overview it. We've got to change the RCMP's mandate. And that's something we can do at the federal level. That's something that Mr. Trudeau said he would do and yet has yet to do. And it's something I'm committed to making sure happens.
Mr. O'Toole, next question is for you. You voted against the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that would share decision-making power with Indigenous people. over what happens.
It's hard to
on
get
their
Indigenous
land, and
status,
you
said
also
someone,
want
one
to
of the chatters, but
criminalize
isn't it also
Indigenous
because you get
dissent
like
that's
money?
expressed through blockades or
I mean, I don't know
protests?
exactly
So the
what
question
happens,
is,
but
if
like
you're
I feel like
Prime Minister,
Canada,
how could Canada,
in comparison
build
to
a
America,
respectful nation
I feel like
nation
Canada has
relationship with Indigenous people?
Thank you, Ms.
different
Virgin. And
programs.
this goes very similar to Mr. McLeod's question on trust and respect. I want to build those
It's not hard. It's not
And
advantageous.
that's why our only concern with the United Nations Declaration was how free and prior informed consent was defined so that it didn't stop partnerships from being formed. I'm really glad to say one of the early leaders behind the UN Declaration, Chief Willie Littlechild,
The questioner
has
is
agreed to
Métis,
serve as
a
a special
distinct
counsel
indigenous
to
group
me
composed of
on the
indigenous European mixed populations with distinct
implementation of
culture.
that to make sure that there are partnerships and opportunities. What I want to do as Prime Minister is build that type of nation-to-nation dialogue and partnership so that the next generation has intergenerational wealth and opportunity transfer, not trauma. And building that trust will be core to me. It's why, as I said, my first question was on reconciliation. We have to make progress.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Now we move on to open debate. A reminder that Melissa will be here to keep the leaders on theme. I will be here to do my best.
For the
to
record,
keep you
it's
on
like
time.
incredibly difficult to be worse than
all of
America.
you
So
have
when
an
I say like
opportunity to jump
Canada's
in
kind of better than
after
America
Mr.
with
Trudeau
the way they
begins
treat
with a
Indigenous people,
question
like
from Melissa.
that's just
I think if there's
they just like did half a genocide. You know what I mean? Where America did like 98% genocide, and then still to this day we're like, all right, fuck off. Here's a plot of dirt, which we will literally fucking oppress you on, even though it's supposed to be your land.
Constitutional obligations to Indigenous people.
First of all, we are looking forward to dismantling the Indian Act. It is a commitment of ours, but it is not something that Ottawa gets to decide. And what replaces the Indian Act will vary from community to community as we live up to our obligations. And that's why over the years, as we've moved towards self-government, we have accompanied communities, some who want to start with health, some who want to start with education, some who want to start with economic development. Every community, every nation across this country gets to help define what its path is forward. We will be there to listen, to partner, to build a better future every step of the way.
The way to go forward is to listen to leaders. And Mr. Trudeau ignored one that he had in his own cabinet, in Jody Wilson-Raybould. That was a huge lost opportunity. We've been speaking to people with how we can accelerate treaty resolution. There are some treaty negotiations, Ms. Ridgen, that have been going on, as you probably know, for decades. We need to solve it, and we need to work with Indigenous leaders. There's incredible Indigenous leaders in nonprofits, in the private sector, in industry, in academia. We need to use that governance capacity to finalize treaties and build partnerships. Absolutely. Because the best way forward is success for Indigenous peoples alongside their neighbors, alongside
Mr. Singh and then Mr. Trudeau. I'm coming to you, Mr. Trudeau.
I'll just jump in on this one point. I think absolutely the solution has to be Indigenous-led. And I think that's the starting point. And for a long time, we've seen that there's been a top-down approach that has to change. It has to be Indigenous people at the table. But I want to talk about the impacts, so just so we understand how severe this is, how the Indian Act is creating injustice and perpetuating injustice. I spoke to B, who's a young woman, a young girl who lives in Niskandiga. And she told me in her own voice, she said, I'm a 12-year-old girl.
Holy
I'm
shit.
fighting for clean drinking water.
We still have the Indian law from 1868. Is that real? No way.
About what 12-year-olds do, and they certainly aren't fighting for clean drinking water. That is a legacy. That is the impact of the Indian Act.
I want to go back to what Mr. O'Toole has been saying, because he's very able at saying all the right things, but there are countless examples of him actually not living up to his words. We've seen him on a number of times during this campaign, but on Indigenous issues specifically, he says we need to listen to Indigenous peoples. Well, he proposed that he would raise the flags that are at half-mast for the kids in unmarked graves in residential schools. And he didn't talk to or listen to any Indigenous leaders when he made that decision. And that's something that is important and symbolic, but wouldn't cost a cent. How do we believe...
Americans only pretend to care about the Native Americans after reducing their population to 1%? No, they don't even care now. No, I think, like, it's pretty fucked up, and we're talking about, like, First Nations people in Canada right now, but, like...
And I really, again, want to...
Even now, dude, there's a Line 3 protest going on right now in America. We have the first ever fucking Indigenous, like, cabinet member, Deb Haaland, who hasn't even said anything about it, okay? Even the people that we advance to positions of power are fucking cucked, okay? And I was really excited about Deb Haaland. Like, I thought she was gonna be fucking dope. So,
is treated
The squad went out there and actually did more protests than she did.
but not the other one. And that applies to what we've seen with
Which is wild.
Mr. Trudeau
And no one cares about Native Americans. Like, it's really fucked up. Like, we've put them in areas where we've done like nuclear testing, no fucking clean water, no access to resources. Everyone on the fucking reservation is like distraught by fucking alcoholism and drug problems and addiction problems with no end in fucking sight. Half the time they can't even fucking vote. ICE Border Patrol literally fucking brutally oppresses them and treats them like they are not indigenous to the literal land and the fucking reservations that the American government finally gave them after genocide, but instead like they're, immigrants that are sneaking into U.S. soil. It's really fucked up. It's super, super duper fucked up. It's not even like something you can compare.
The Indian Act has to be replaced one nation at a time, if need be.
Average Canadians literally talk about indigenous and Métis people like they're subhuman. 20 to 50% of our homeless population is indigenous.
There's no other way. And if I may come back a few seconds on something else. Quebec wants religion out of the state affairs because religion never protected equality for women and never will.
We are over time. I'm going to give you both a chance to briefly respond. Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh. Briefly, please.
I am proud of this country, and I think if you love your country, you can dig deep to make it better.
I feel like the only difference between Canada and America with respect to like the treatment of indigenous is that America was more successful in genocide.
With a commitment
like
to move forward,
America literally did like more genocide than Canada did.
Doesn't deliver, and then when people protested him, he mocked.
Like they still did the same shit. They just did more genocide than Canada did.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Singh, briefly.
I think that Mr. Trudeau may care. I think he
Whereas Canada tried to do like fucking psychotic like kidnapping and brainwashing.
Is that Indigenous people continue to suffer, and that's what I want to stop. I want to stop the suffering and lift up Indigenous people by being allies.
5 seconds, Mr. Trudeau, then we got to go. Mr. Trudeau, 5 seconds.
Unfortunately, the cynicism that Mr. Singh is showing on saying we did nothing is harming reconciliation and the path we're moving forward. We have lots more to do, and we are doing it.
All right, leaders, thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Merci, merci.
Merci.
And now it is time for our fourth theme for the night, affordability.
It's also time for the top of the hour ad break. Sorry, you get no additional benefits here though, okay? You're gonna have to fucking subscribe. That's right. $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Being a Canadian does not absolve you of seeing the ad break. I said it. Being a Quebecer does not absolve you of seeing the ad break. The only thing that absolves you of seeing the ad break is the Twitch Prime subscription. That's free. Or $4 or whatever, like 200 Canadian dollars, whatever the fuck the Canadian currency is.
Thank you, Janet. Leaders, you've heard
Here's the ad break now.
We're starting with you, Mr. Blanchette.
Merci, madame.
Merci, madame.
For many months now, the Bloc Québécois has demanded for the government to increase the amount of money being provided on a monthly basis to our elders. It's nowhere in the Conservatives' program, and in the Liberals' program, it starts at 75, nothing below 75 for this pension. I'm not sure about the word in English. It has to be done. Those people are those who suffered the most from the pandemic. Their power to buy things was reduced. The fact that they were alone more than ever before was made worse. And the stress, the anxiety they lived with is terrible. We want something to be done, and it has to start with a monthly check, seriously increased.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Valla, for the question. This is a crisis facing our country, affordability, and it's hitting our seniors the hardest. That's why in Canada's recovery plan, our plan to give you a break, we're going to double the Canada Workers Benefit. There are many seniors like you having to work to keep up with the cost of living. We're going to double that for you to give you a break. We're going to get bills down for internet, for cellular phone. We're going to get grocery bills down. That is our plan and our commitment. And in December, we're going to give you a break with the GST holiday and help bricks and mortar stores in the process. Mr. Trudeau is borrowing every day $424 million, and he's causing an inflation crisis. We have to secure our future, and that's our commitment to you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole.
Bro, why is he literally saying the 14 words always?
Thank you so much for your.
It's so weird that they did someone troll him?
Deeply.
Does he not know what that's
Pandemic,
about?
The isolation, the extra cost, which is why we stepped up with a one-time support so you could help get through this pandemic. But we need longer-term supports. One of the first things we did was increase the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable single seniors when we first got elected. We're doing that again in our proposal in this election. We're also moving forward with increasing the OAS for all seniors over 75 because we recognize that the costs continue to increase as you get older and continue to want to live at home. We're giving you more supports. So
Bro, but he's such a pussy. Like he's not with it. You know what I mean? He's not like.
We will continue to have your backs.
I'm sorry, dude, but when he says like we must secure our future, like don't you know? It's like, dude, no, come on, pussy. Like you're.
Thank you so much for your
like
question. And one of the
our
things that you
fucking
mentioned
white supremacists are like they're spewing bile. Like they're literally fucking bleeding out of their eyes while talking about. You know, people of color and shit. Like he just sounds like such a pussy. He's like, oh yeah,
in a country,
we're gonna secure our future, right? Don't you know?
Make sure our seniors are able to retire with dignity.
Like, he just sounds like such a fucking. He sounds like he sounds like Pete Buttigieg, dude.
So what we're proposing to do
That's
is
your
put in
conservative.
place
Where's the real fascist, the PPC or whatever, the People's Party or whatever the fuck? Though I want to hear from those fucking
what
QAnon
we've seen
freaks.
so far is that Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole both are going to either cut the help that you receive.
What are they? What are they called?
We believe that
why were they not invited? It's because they don't want the Albertan voice to be heard. That's why. Because the CBC is backed by communist China, and they literally fear the Albertan voice. Okay? That's what it is.
And grandfather had to work until actually they were kicked out of working because they needed to keep working to afford the basics. I completely understand what you're saying. And this is an opportunity for us to learn the lessons from this pandemic and to really get to the heart of things and to stop talking about the symptoms, but get to the root causes. We need to have, absolutely, and it's so wonderful to see the consensus building around a guaranteed livable income so that whatever your circumstances, you can live with dignity. We need universal long-term care. That's a huge expense. It was for my family. And we need more affordable housing. Let's get to the root causes.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh and Mr. Blanchet, you will both square off now. You both talk about affordable housing, but we know that affordability means different things to different people depending on where in the country they live. So when you talk about affordable housing, who are you really talking about? Per the draw, Mr. Singh, you begin. Mr. Blanchet, you may jump in anytime.
We're talking about people who are spending right now more than half their income on housing. That's not affordable. People should not be spending so much on housing that they have no money left to pay for their groceries, to pay for their bills. And the sad reality is, since 2015 to now, the average cost of housing nationally has gone up to buy a home by $300,000. So far, the housing crisis has gotten worse over the past 6 years. We want to invest in housing. We want to invest to make it easier to buy your first home.
Being houseless is like being a country that is not disconnected from Canada. Quebecois is just like being homeless.
Social housing might be a solution to another problem. People are paying, at least in Quebec, people are paying far too much for houses because the prices have increased tremendously. The idea is to reduce the speed of that increase while helping people who cannot even afford decent.
Which is why we must make the non-Quebecois, the Muslims leave the country.
Are obviously very lower, much lower, then it will lessen the pressure on those houses who become more and more expensive. And it will help reduce this. I wouldn't speak about an inflation crisis, but I would speak about an inflation worry, which we must have at present times. So I believe one thing might be part of the solution for the other thing when we speak about.
All right, Mr. Blanchet, that's time. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, that's time. You speak about inflation, Mr. Blanchet, and that brings us to our next topic. So, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, and Ms. Paul, you're up. Inflation is at its highest level.
Canadian politics aren't a TV show. It's literally a TV show. It's like pretty entertaining. I would say it's almost as entertaining as American politics.
message to Canadians who are struggling to
But
make
only because
ends
it's like
meet?
lamer
Further
in a
joining
weird
you,
way.
Mr. O'Toole.
Well, unlike Mr. Trudeau, I will care about monetary policy because we need to keep
It's a bigger cast. They're way more cucked. They're all libtards, like literally all of them.
Completely oblivious to that. Bills are going up. There's a housing crisis, as we talked about.
Except for Bloc Québécois.
With, as I said, almost
They're all libtards except for Bloc Québécois, who only cares about Quebec.
real risks on the horizon. So we have a plan to get people work, get their bills down, give them a break. Canadians deserve a break and balance the budget over the course of the next decade. That's exactly what we need to fight against Mr. Trudeau's inflation.
Try not to
give families a break.
Anyone.
Ms. Paul.
Try not to interrupt anyone. You know, it's just an excellent question. And if you come to my neighborhood of Toronto Centre, you will see those people living in inadequate housing. You will see people paying more than half of their income just for things like childcare. And you know, there's this expression in my culture where you talk about soon.
I'm surprised that Bloc Québécois did not say, it's because of the foreign money coming into the country and buying up real estate, just like Canadians are coming into Québécois and buying up the real estate.
In place that lets everyone live with dignity. When we invest
We must
in
keep the
our
Chinese
people,
out of Canada and keep the Canadians out of Quebec.
It's the time for us to do that. It costs us not to do it.
Over the past year and a half, I made a straightforward promise to Canadians that we would have your backs. And that's what we did. During this pandemic, we were there to support people. But at the same time, we need to continue that. That's why we put forward a $10 a day childcare proposal that will save the average family in Toronto close to $10,000 more than Mr. O'Toole's approach on childcare, which he would cancel. We also put forward a national housing plan that will invest $4 billion to work with municipalities to create 1.4 million homes.
Gotten worse under you, Mr. Trudeau.
Let him respond, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr.
Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond.
Sorry, let me just finish this.
The housing
Mr.
crisis.
O'Toole's plan on housing gives $500 million on breaks to the wealthiest.
Dude, you must not understand the history of Quebec to think they're racist law. This guy literally just said Bloc Québécois isn't there to be prime minister. They just want to make sure Quebec is heard in the chamber. The other guy just said yesterday in the French debate they wanted to take the federal power of deciding which immigrant they pick. I wonder why they wanted that kind of federal power, dude.
Mortgage. And Mr. Trudeau, Canadians are worried you're going to be taxing their primary home sale. Your advisors have said it. Your candidates have said it. It's on page 14 of his policy book. He's introducing a new tax on the sale of homes.
Leaders, there will be more opportunity to speak about these issues. Thank you, because guess what? I'm bringing out Rosemary Barton of CBC News, and she's going to be asking you more direct questions and opening up more opportunities for debate on this theme of affordability. Hey, Rosie.
Hey, Shanti, thanks, and good to see everybody. Appreciate you being here. Let's try and get some answers this time, shall we? Ms. Paul, I'll start with you. One of the plans that you've laid out...
You say they get immigrants that speak French? Dude, I love the Quebecers in the chat being like, it's not racist. We just want immigrants that speak French. What the fuck? Like, okay, dude, you know when Americans say, we want immigrants that speak American, goddammit, that's like, we laugh at that and we say they're racist. You know what Bloc Québécois is like? If Texas had an independence secession party, okay? That's what it fucking feels like. But then again, also, they were like more center left than the rest of the country for some weird reason.
There is a growing consensus. The members of the Liberal Party voted for it at their convention. The members of the NDP party voted it at their convention. 50 senators signed a letter calling for it. The time has come to ensure that everyone has the support that they need to live in dignity in this country. The Parliamentary Budget Office...
They want French speakers to fit in more easily because the majority French. How is that racist? Oh my God, dude. Quebec, don't sound like fucking white Kekona Americans challenge, okay? The least racist man in Quebec, dude.
This is the time for a guaranteed livable income. Let's do it together.
The least racist man in Quebec.
Mr. O'Toole, childcare, as you know, is a huge expense for families. You would scrap the deals that the Liberals have made with provinces, which drops fees by 50% immediately and creates spaces, and eventually will reduce fees to $10. Instead, you're proposing a tax credit that would reimburse just some families $6,000 a year. So what does your plan do to create spaces and lower fees? Because as you know here, it's not just about affordability, but also about access.
It's about helping all families now, not in 5 years helping some. And our plan would help lower income families.
I can't wait for the Quebecers to describe to me why the turban ban is actually not racist. It's like they're like hick French, dude. It's like the same shit when I fucking speak about French people, and then they like people lose their shit. Read about Quebec's history. You sound a bit ignorant. Well, I'm not talking about Quebec's history. I'm talking about what Quebec represents now.
Families the tools to make the best decision for the position they're in now, to have ability to help them in their circumstances. Our plan will be immediate. It will help all Canadian families.
Mr. Singh, you're promising to tackle skyrocketing housing prices. One of the ways is with that 20% tax on the sale of homes.
It's not about them speaking their mother tongues. It's about them learning French, not English, once a year.
If you're successful at cooling the housing market, that would mean that people who have invested their life savings in their homes may not have it anymore. They're relying on that for their retirement. So what is more important to you? Helping younger people get access to the market, or allowing older Canadians who rely on the value of their homes to live?
It's a really fair question. And when I spoke to people, I go door to door in my riding at Burnaby, people who've got beautiful homes. I ask them, what's the number one concern? They say housing. And I kind of look around at their house and say, well, you've got a home. They say, well, I'm not worried for myself. I've got a place, but I'm worried about my kids. And they're more concerned that their kids will never be able to find a home than their own circumstances, because they're okay. They are worried about their kids, and the reality is it is impossible for young people to even imagine buying a home, let alone renting a place that's in their budget. So we've got to get the big money out of housing. Young people, young families, professionals shouldn't have to compete.
So your answer is that it is more important for young people to get into the housing market rather than protect people who have equity in their home.
We can do both, and our plan is that
Quebecers balding, dude.
The number one concern they have for their kids is that they're not sure they're ever going to be able to own a home. We want to change that. It's gotten worse with Mr. Trudeau. We're going to fix it.
Thank you. Mr. Blanchette, nice to see you, sir. Seniors, as you were talking about off the top, they're really worried about the increased cost of living. You, as you said, have criticized the Liberals for increasing old age security only for those 75 and older.
Dude.
But statistics show time and again that older seniors
Quebec is not
less
historically racist, and then link that to me?
and they
Oh
actually
no.
have higher health expenses. So why should an increase in
I'm so
seniors
fucking
go
mad.
to
Please
all
stop.
seniors instead of those who need it most?
First, let's say that this prime minister is supposed to be the champion who fights against all kinds of discrimination, and it did create himself two classes of elder seniors. What they want is for those between 65 and 75 to spend their private funds in the meantime.
No, but I've just given you the example about why.
For the record, like people are saying, Hasan, that happened in America. Yeah, but the difference is I would never say America is not racist.
Follow up, please.
That's the difference between you and I. That's the joke. Like, I shit on America all the time. But the Quebecers are like losing their shit trying to defend the sanctity of Quebec. You do not know about Quebec, American man. You're stupid.
For everybody. And for some financial issues, the government creates two classes of seniors. It is unacceptable, and no calculation whatsoever should be so unethical.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. We are now moving to the open debate
I just have a
section.
question for Mr. Trudeau, I believe.
I'm very sorry.
If you don't mind. I don't think we should let him off the hook. I think we would all agree.
I got a little mixed up there.
Making some of our arguments on the other ones.
Well, we'll make you uncomfortable now, sir.
There we go.
You said in 2019
Quebec banning
that
hijab
Canadians
isn't
should
racist,
never
you
have to
pepega.
make the, and these are your words, impossible choice between...
Quebec is not racist. We just ban the hijab, but the crucifix is not a religious symbol. You fucking pepega. We are not racist. It's a secular crucifix.
And should you not just tell Canadians that?
Well, it continues to be a priority because, indeed, no one should have to choose between paying for groceries and medications. On health investments, we were all focused on COVID-19 and supporting the provinces and making sure that on that we were giving the support we needed so we could have Canadians' backs. But at the same time, we worked with a number of different jurisdictions, and we've actually signed with Prince Edward Island, a national universal pharmacare.
You signed
first
one deal,
step.
sir, but there's
Yes,
nothing in
it
your
is one
there's
deal.
nothing in your platform in terms of costing. I understand the pandemic kept you busy. What about going forward? Why wouldn't you put
Going
that in
forward,
place?
we are going to continue to, but we know that it's
Continue
not
to is
something
not do.
we did with Prince Edward Island. We're going to continue to do with others in respect of the provincial jurisdiction that is delivery of health care. We can't impose pharmacare in a province that doesn't want it, unlike the NDP proposes. We are going to work in partnership, as we have on so many things, to get it done like we did on childcare.
Okay, and now we're going to move to open debate. Starting back with you, Rosie.
Okay, and we start here, I believe, with Monsieur Blanchette.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Blanchette, what is one policy change?
Bit disappointing that you can't make a difference between the racist government we're stuck with and a big part of the population who doesn't support them. Dude, are you fucking dumb? I'm not saying everyone in Quebec is like this. I'm making fun of the government and then making fun of the chatters who are getting upset and defending the fucking government.
We believe.
The fuck do you mean?
The most important thing is changing the way we create wealth. We believe that
you should read some shit that Quebecers said about rocks and road immigrants and asylum seekers law. Quebec is hella racist. All the conservatives of candidates who say kudos for the niqab in their attack ads back in 2015.
Environmental, I will get this word, environmental preoccupation as well. And we will do that, and we should be entitled to do that with our part of the money that is being sent again and again in oil and gas. There's one thing I want to add, even if it's not exactly, I don't know if there's time eventually.
Not really, but quickly.
I will take a few of those seconds.
Yes.
Will we have some seconds to speak about French-speaking communities and Acadians?
Well, not in this
debate?
section. This is about cost of living, sir.
And to you, Mr.
It's
Singh.
nowhere. That's my problem. It's nowhere.
One of the things we know, that cost of living has gone up.
Didn't you literally have a French debate last night? What the
Being able
fuck?
to afford the medication that keeps you healthy. Mr. Trudeau, $0 in your fully costed budget means zero commitment to getting it done.
You don't have a fully costed
$0,
platform.
but you've shown your evidence with your costed budget. You've shown Canadians clearly you've got no interest in doing something that you promised to do
in your
2 years ago.
Mr. Singh.
You promised to do it 2 years ago. You committed. You campaigned on it.
They had 2 French debates and 1 English debate?
You've completely abandoned it.
Are
How
you
can
fucking
people trust
kidding
any
me?
promise you make when there's $0 in your plan?
Okay, brief response, then Ms. Paul,
Dude, I
then I'm
love
coming
them.
to you, Mr.
I love Bloc Québécois. It's actually so funny. They're great, dude.
In our fully costed platform for health, for the priorities that Canadians have told us on. Better support for seniors in care, better support for mental health services across the country, particularly for young people, and access to a primary care doctor or team. That is what $25 billion over the next 4 years gives. Mr. O'Toole's money for health is backloaded to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, thank you, Ms. Paul.
I'm reminded what the question was. The question was what policy would have the biggest impact on people's cost of living?
Ms. Paul.
And I think that we have a perfect example of this again here, because the biggest thing that could make a difference in the cost of living for people is a change in the culture in Ottawa. It is so painful for me because I've had the experience of, again, having my grandparents work until they were 75 and living 600 and 800 square feet and wondering how we were going to feed ourselves some nights. I've had that experience, and I know that 1 day of delay is too much. So when I think that we could have been in Parliament now working to get people the help that they need.
What is the policy, Ms. Paul? These are anecdotes. What is the policy was the question.
It's not an anecdote. The thing that we need is a change in the culture.
I see you, Mr.
It's a change
O'Toole.
in the culture because there are several parties on this platform right now that agree on guaranteed livable income and universal pharmacare and childcare.
Protecting the language and the culture from American hegemony.
All right, thank you, Ms. Paul.
Plus, wanting religious laicism does not equal racism. I'm mad because you have a big audience and you are parroting anecdotal evidence to support your claims.
Families. These are people working very hard, and I respect whether they get up to work a shift.
I've debated actually French people on this matter, okay? Not wannabe French people. Get the fuck out of my chat, bitch. Like, Quebecers are hilarious because they can't even be as racist as the French. French people are literally more racist than Quebecers in their sleep, okay? Like, they are so insanely fucking racist towards Muslims while they're sleeping. Before we even have this conversation. So you coming in here and being like, oh my God, we're just following the French way. Laïcité, you don't know. It's like, dude, no. Okay?
Affordability and Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, we're out of time now,
I've
sir.
been responding to people. Can I answer Rosie's question directly?
You have 5 seconds, sir.
We were able to lift 1 million people out of poverty and create
That's
1
not a
million
policy.
jobs at the same time with the right kinds of investments over the past 5 years.
And Mr.
That's what
Trudeau,
we're gonna
I have
continue
to,
do.
I'm sorry, sir, I have to wrap you right there because it is now time for our next theme on COVID recovery. Rosie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, from Saskatchewan, Ethan Herman is standing by in Saskatoon. He's an undecided voter and he wants to hear from you about COVID recovery. Hey, Ethan, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, leaders. My question is this. Coming out of this pandemic, how will you, if elected as Prime Minister, going to unify and drive Canada forward with respect to healthcare, jobs in the economy, and ensuring a higher quality of life is achievable for all Canadians, regardless of race, color, creed,
Your
or sexual
argument against
orientation?
anecdotal evidence by saying you debated one French
right,
dude?
leaders,
No, I
you've
was
heard
just
from
making
Ethan.
an
Mr. O'Toole,
argument
you're up first.
that
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
the
That
French,
is
which
exactly why I launched Canada's recovery
Quebecers
plan
tailor
on the
their
first
culture and
day of the
attitudes
campaign.
after,
We're gonna create
which
1
will,
million
and I'm
jobs
saying
in
that
1 year.
in a way
We're
that
gonna
like
clean up
should
the
frustrate you because I
accountability
know
mess
it's something
in
that's
Ottawa. We're
frustrating
gonna
to
have
make that
national
comparison.
leadership on mental health.
Are
We're
better
gonna be
than
more
they
ready for
are
a pandemic,
at
and we're
being
gonna get our
racist towards
finances
Muslims.
under control. I want to get people working. I want to give
The
families
Quebec
a
Stunlock
break.
will go down
And
in
since
history,
the
I
moment
think.
I became Conservative leader, I've been reaching out, whatever your background, your faith, your color, your sexual orientation, whether you're Indigenous, whether you're a new Canadian, you're important to Canada's recovery and you're important to the Conservative Party. And I'd ask you.
So real quick, Quebec people aren't real French the same way Mexicans aren't Spanish. I mean, is that not prejudice though? Dog, the population that is mixed with indigenous populations in Mexico is different than the fucking supremacist French attitudes that people have in Quebec. The fuck are you what are you saying? There's natives living in Mexico. It's like if the First Nations won the genocide, I guess, in that situation.
We need less partisanship. We need more diverse voices so that we can get the access to the best ideas in a more cooperative and collaborative way.
Yo, I can't believe the Quebecois, when they mad, they're so crazy. They say, what, you mean the Mexicans?
Healthcare is something very near and
Mexicans are no different than the Quebecois.
The healthcare system simply hasn't been there. And it's not because of the pandemic.
So many Hispanic have more native blood in them than European anyways. That's what I mean. Like,
Is to invest in our healthcare system.
these motherfuckers really think they're like oppressed, bro. What the fuck? They think they're like indigenous French in Quebec.
Profit, get out the greed from the delivery of long-term care. We want to invest in pharmacare for all, not promise it in 2019 and then have $0 to commit towards it.
You're
we want to
making
see
shit
everyone
up. Making
have
shit
access
up
to
is not being
medication.
smart. You just
we
seem
want to
dumb.
include dental care into our healthcare system and mental health services. And to
Oh my
do all
god, the smartest man in Quebec. Holy shit. Holy shit. I didn't realize unironically people from Quebec like literally thought this way. It is probably the greatest example of fucking victimhood seeking of whites I've ever seen. Holy fuck. Do you guys think that like the French were not engaging in colonialism? Like, what's going on? People in Quebec, what do you guys think was going on there? A lot of QC think that we won the war against First Nations, lost against the UK, and now have to complain forever. This is nuts, dude. I think you should really just stop talking about what you don't know. Dude, this is an insane... People are making insane arguments in the chat. Like, Chad is talking about Quebec. Holy shit, dude! Just talk about what the candidates say.
Okay. And what the provinces ask for is not even in the program of Mr. Trudeau. So it will be hard to be efficient if those who are responsible of healthcare do not have the resources which are owed to them.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Thanks, Ethan, for your question. Have a good night. We're going to let you go. It is now time, Ms. Paul and Mr. Singh, to go face-to-face, starting with Ms. Paul. And I want to talk about Canada's parallel pandemic, the opioid crisis. Since it has taken hold, more than 20,000 Canadians have died, often in the shadows. This is an insidious killer that is tearing families apart. To both of you, starting with Ms. Paul, does the political will exist to confront it?
We called many times during the last session of Parliament across party lines again for us to first recognize that this was a national health emergency and then to decriminalize simple possession because we know we need to end the stigma and create a national safe supply program. We asked every party to do it because 17 lives on average are being lost every day. We didn't hear anything from anyone. And it comes back to Mr. Herman's question about unity. Can we not unify on something like this where it's clear what we need to do? If we can't do that, then none of these other things are possible. And so that's what we have to try to do.
We definitely need to respond to this crisis with everything we have. We've long called for it to be declared a national public health emergency.
I love people from Quebec now.
The approach that has been taken for decades simply doesn't work. The approach of arresting someone, putting them through the criminal justice system, putting them in jail does not make communities safer, and it doesn't help people. So we have been saying, and I believe very firmly, we need to provide healthcare responses to people that are dealing with addiction. We need to make sure we are doing everything we can to secure a safe supply. We need to look at the evidence and say really clearly, if there is any step we can take that'll save lives, we've got to take it.
Well, so there's a lot to do, but does the political will exist to do it?
That is exactly the question. Is there the political will?
There is,
will we
on
all,
behalf of New
there
Democrats.
doesn't seem
People from Quebec literally have like the Irish were oppressed energy. Like, imagine if you're like a Bostonian Irish American, and you're like, whatever, I could say the N-word. You know, my people were enslaved too. What the fuck? Come on.
Trudeau.
Like that's what people from Quebec sound like.
Canadians watched in horror the suffering of their most vulnerable and frail loved ones in long-term care. What if tomorrow you had to place a family member in a long-term care facility? Would you do it? Beginning with you, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Blanchette, you may jump in.
Tomorrow is my mom's 73rd birthday, so that is certainly something we're reflecting on, but she's doing wonderfully right now. We won't have to make that decision right now. Don't worry, Mom. The reality is we've heard from seniors across this country who've been tremendously worried through this pandemic, and family members worried about that. We know that the conditions of work for the people who are in those long-term care homes are often dictating the conditions of care for seniors, which is why we propose to hire 50,000 new personal support workers working with the provinces with the money for that. Also increasing the minimum salary to $25 an hour for people who care for our elders and most vulnerable. Because
so if you had to put mom in long-term care, you would do it?
I would make sure that, yes, that they are people who are properly well cared and that there is enough of a proportionate. And that's where we will work with the provinces to deliver exactly that, because we put real money forward.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. O'Toole.
This is where we need partnerships for long-term care for the CHSLD in Quebec. We're going to have a $3 billion fund that the provinces can draw on for infrastructure upgrades to long-term care. That's in addition to our record, almost $60 billion commitment over 10 years to the public healthcare system. Universal access with no conditions. We need to partner with the provinces, not create fights. And long-term care, learning from the gaps in the first part of this pandemic is something we need. And I have to address...
Would you put a loved one in long-term care
Absolutely.
tomorrow,
I have
Mr.
a grandmother in one,
right.
and we've been in touch with her. But I have to touch on what Mr. Trudeau said about the recovery. We have to get through the pandemic first. Why did you not have that approach to the election, Mr. Trudeau?
It's literally true.
We're in the fourth wave. Everything in the recovery relates to getting out of the pandemic first. Why didn't we work
Mr. Blanchet, I'm going to let Mr. Blanchet in.
You have had 4 minutes more than I did. So now I think it's enough. The debate is almost over. Some dads
It's time for me
and
to
some
complete this
moms
debate
don't
with
have
French.
to worry. They will have the money, of course. Some do. And in order to give them the care they need, the care they deserve, those responsible for those cares, provinces and Quebec, should have, without conditions, because it is their responsibility, their knowledge, their expertise, the resources required. When the Army came in Quebec, they wrote a report afterward. What did they say? They did not say Quebec is not good enough to take care of its seniors. They said they lacked resources. They lacked the money.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Leaders, we are starting to get at. We're running out of time. I am sorry, Mr. Trudeau. You've had the most time tonight. I'm sorry, Mr. Trudeau. We are now moving on to our final journalist of the night. I am welcoming Evan Solomon from CTV News. He's going to be putting questions to you on COVID recovery, starting with Mr. Singh. Hey, Evan.
Hi, Shachi, and hi, leaders. Good to see all of you. Mr. Singh, I'll start with you, sir. Your pandemic recovery plan is uncosted. You have no plan to balance the books, but you promised to pay for your expensive promises, new programs like universal dental care with taxing the super rich and taxing corporations. What specifically would you do to create the 1 million jobs you're promising and make sure Canada stays competitive?
We have the only credible plan that's not going to cut help to Canadians, that's not going to put the burden back on the same people that have struggled. We're the only ones on this debate table that can say clearly we would tax the billionaires. We would make sure companies like Amazon start paying their fair share so we can invest in those new jobs, so we can invest in people. Left to Mr. Trudeau or Mr. O'Toole, they are going to put the burden back on you. They've already started. Mr. Trudeau has already started by cutting the CRE, cutting help to people.
But what new programs, sir, specifically?
Well, I believe in making sure we invest in pharmacare, we invest in dental care, we invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. In doing this, we're going to lower the cost of living, help people save money, but also create jobs by investing in the future economy, the economy of the future.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, to you.
Bro, I'm sorry. This is like baby politics. I love Jagmeet Singh, but this is literally like Canadian policy is like for babies. Like Bernie Sanders could not get away with saying this little about his policies. Like he would get ripped apart all the fucking time, even though he was like explaining how he was gonna, what kind of taxes he was gonna implement, shit like that.
Say, how are we going to pay for this?
Well, first of all, I made a promise during this pandemic to have people's backs. Every time I came out of my house early on in the pandemic to talk directly to Canadians, I told them I'd be there for you. And that's exactly what we've done. And it wasn't just being there for people because we're nice, although of course we are. It was being there because that is the best way to ensure a strong recovery. Now, yes, our budget showed our ambition for this country, including with $10 a day childcare that Mr. O'Toole is planning on ripping up. But it also shows a responsible fiscal track. And even with our fully costed platform that is even more ambitious on the fight against climate change, on housing, on supports for people, the debt of our country as proportion of the GDP continues to decrease.
Yes or no? Is it important to have a plan to balance the budget because you don't have one? Yes or no?
It is important to stay fiscally responsible, and that's what we're doing. Our debt continues to decrease as a share of our GDP.
We got to move on.
Ms. Paul, to you now. You have not been clear if you support the need for vaccine passports or mandatory vaccines for federal workers or even mandatory vaccines for your own candidates. Given that the fourth wave is really a pandemic of the unvaccinated and threatening to overwhelm many healthcare systems, how do you justify not supporting the very measures that have proven to be most effective at increasing vaccination rates?
Evan, we just filmed a video today asking everyone to get vaccinated. We have been unequivocal in our support for vaccinations.
Mandatory vaccinations and vaccine passports.
Well, again, this is just this is again where policy gets put aside for partisan advantage, because everyone on this stage understands that everyone who can be vaccinated should be vaccinated. We need to encourage people to do it. Vaccine saves lives.
Maxime Bernier is a Quebecois too, no? Of course there are going to be Isn't he also a Quebecois, but he's real
for
fascist?
certain reasons, and we have to reasonably accommodate them. We will always be.
I like that the defense of Black Quebecois is that like Maxime Bernier is more fascist than the other one. Oh, okay. That's always how I know when someone is not racist. When they're like, well, there's a much more racist guy out there.
It's actually only a transfer of $3.6 billion for the next 5 years, which is not much different than the status quo. But you also support private-public synergies, in your words. Can you specify here tonight exactly what kinds of private healthcare innovations you want to see more of? And if a province introduces more private healthcare,
oh my God, I hate this guy. He's like,
the Canada Health Act by holding
I can just smell the neoliberal off of him, dude.
I 100% support our public and universal system. I've said it's paramount. And after COVID-19, we need to rebuild it. So we have the most substantive plan to do that. 6% increase per year, stable, predictable, without conditions funding to partner with our provinces. We will respect them running and putting priorities to get wait times down, to give more choice for universal public access. That's what we need. On top of that, Evan, we have a substantial commitment in mental health and treatment for addiction. There are going to be lingering aspects from this.
I wonder if this guy who created an account called Hasan is dumb 13 minutes ago and been following since 12 minutes ago. I wonder if he's a non-Mulled. I mean, this guy surely is from Alberta, right? I mean, he's definitely not from Quebec and like angry unreasonably or anything like that. So much so that he went and he created a fucking account just to say. I'm going to keep him in here. This is cute as fuck.
Argument of separatism. Given that, if the federal government, say, gives $1 billion for long-term care homes, which Quebec failed to protect, why should they not also enforce national standards?
I have still not heard from all those brilliant people all over the place and all over Canada what a Canadian can do that a Quebecer cannot do. In what way whatsoever would a Canadian norm be any better than a Quebec norm? I don't see that. And I'm not, I don't have this complex. I don't feel that I'm any a lesser person than a Canadian because I'm a Quebecer.
Enforcing national standards. If you pay for something, should you be able to enforce
national norms or standards? And I would say that the Premier Legault of Quebec today said no one is to be entirely trusted in this group of people. Some are worse than others. I think they recognize themselves. But even those who are a little bit less terrible need a watchdog because they're not entitled to a majority government. So if Quebecers want,
I feel like Quebecers unironically think that they're oppressed, like they're the most oppressed group in the world.
But everyone, please jump in. Not all at once. The pandemic recovery is about the future path of Canada. And all of the leaders here tonight have made promises that require historic levels of spending. But as you all know, politics is about hard choices. With some Canadians still in real need of support and other industries experiencing real labor shortages, what specific programs will stay and what will go in the next year?
Like at first I thought it was a meme, like we were just joking. But now I'm starting to see why this could be annoying if they were like constantly fucking whining about like how, their struggles are not being heard. I'd be like, dude, shut up, dude.
To be adapted as there were labor shortages in Quebec.
Like you're literally a part of Canada, dude. Like your differences are literally aesthetic.
Target the highly impacted sectors. That's what
you're just stubborn, fine, speak French, but like, you're
service, tourism.
It's incredibly selfish of you to like put forward your aesthetic differences of like wanting to speak French as though it's like the most significant form of struggle or oppression you could ever experience. When there's like unironic economic problems that people in Quebec, just like the working class of fucking Canada, in the rest of Canada outside of Quebec, are experiencing. Like it's downright disrespectful to constantly just like hyper focus on literally just like, the people of Quebec are good. And all the dumbass fucking people from Quebec are feeding into it hook, line, and sinker when they defend this guy. When it's like, hey, your struggles are the same as every other working person's struggles, dumbass. Do you really want some fucking dipshit in a suit literally constantly fucking talking about like, Quebecers are actually better? Like, it's so selfish. It's so incredibly French, too. Oh my fucking God. It's insane. It's like a very silly, selfish thing to do. The fact that you can say this already proves that you're wrong, lol. What?
It's a huge difference to families, whether they have $10 a day childcare, whether they have a government that has their back, a government that has a plan to move beyond the Harper targets on fighting climate change. Now, Mr. Singh may feel that for the NDP, it makes no difference who forms government. I know for Canadian families, it makes a
Mr. Blanchet, you haven't been in yet. Mr. Blanchet.
Translate subvention salariale.
Wage subsidy.
He said kill yourself and immediately got banned.
3 guys refund the wage subsidy that you
No,
receive.
because he said kill
up
yourself.
to about $3 million. That would be something, at least for the principle. After that, there's an important issue, labor shortage. They are promising jobs. They should be promising workers.
Yes.
We need people to work. And that raises the question.
So English colonialism is only bad when it happens to POCs? Dude. Are you fucking stupid? Why do you act like the French weren't colonizers, man? What the fuck is this, dude? I already gave you the example. If like Irish Americans in Boston were constantly fucking complaining about being oppressed and the marginalization that they withstood is similar to like the plight of African Americans, then I would be making fun of them too. And some of them do, and they're cops. And I make fun of them for being cops. Oh my God, there's people in here unironically who think like, you know, the French were welcomed or something.
We have got to remember the pandemic is not over, and all over this country, people still need the benefits. They should be there until the pandemic is over. And to the people of Canada, it is unfortunate we are in this election. You can see that there is a lot of work left to do. We need to get back to doing it in a more cooperative way.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paul.
If Quebecers were so self-victimizing, you would face actual backlash for criticizing them, but you don't. Bro, someone just got permanently banned from the platform for telling me to kill myself because of my criticisms that I think are like pretty decent so far. Like I am literally getting a non-stop Stunlock. I mean, it's funny. It's kind of cute.
He said no to you and said no to your family.
Last word to you on this, Mr.
Expanding
Trudeau.
sick leave to 10 days of paid sick leave for federal industries. Now,
After
in the election, and this is
22 times of
important,
asking for
you
it.
have seen tonight the extreme differences between the perspectives of
Okay,
these parties.
leaders?
We need Canadians to make the right choice
Leaders,
so we
that
can
is
move
it.
forward together.
We're out of time. Evan, thank you. Leaders, thank you for your participation tonight. That's it for the English.
What is this? Okay, I get it. It's just not a priority to you. Just letting you know whatever happens is not on me. Like, what are you gonna fucking murder me, dude? I'm catching on to your dumbass simp stalking, dude. What? What? Okay, I'm just gonna ban this person. I think it's one of those like weird people that think I'm like talking to them. Okay, did this guy come back with anything else? Thanks, buddy. Guys, anyone else think Hasan is being racist towards French-speaking people? Oh, yes! Literally all French speakers are the same. I swear to God, dude. You are doing the Francophobia. You piece of shit. Actually, if you ever came to Quebec, you would understand that not all of us get mad when you forget to run to the top of the hour ad break. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is so funny, especially because I know XQC doesn't give a shit about this stuff at all. I love how Chad is still thinking about us Frenchies. Shows how much we're hated. I love how you got mad at 2 times at me. I think I got a point. Oh my God, dude. Yo, these people are delusional, dude. It's awesome. My people were genocided because they were French. Is that insignificant? Wait, what? Wow, look at how racist he is. Am I right, buddy? Are you even listening? Racist? The people were genocided because they're French? I did not realize that the French were native to the part of Quebec. Speaking of O'Toole and Irish oppression, Aaron O'Toole understands racism because he knows it as an Irish Canadian better than anyone else. That's what I'm talking about.
As an Irish Canadian, Canada has to learn from our past. As an Irish Canadian, the first group probably discriminated against were the Irish. No Irish need apply, and then Ukrainians, Japanese, Italians, Sikhs. We've seen discrimination.
Dude, Canadian politics is fucking sick, dude. The Quebecois are indigenous colonizers. Oh, dude, one of them literally tried to fucking Hasan aimait pas le Québec confirmed. Vive le Québec libéré. Le Québec bashing sinon HasanAbi. Wait, why'd you ban him, RTBA? I mean, all right. Yeah. Dude, have you considered they're right? I hate French people for weird. Dude, I always thought that Canadians were just like, when Canadians talk shit about people from Quebec, I thought that they were just like memeing. Okay, I thought that they were just like fucking, you know, they were just being ridiculous. And now I kind of get where they were coming from, dude. I think today's the day I became full Canadian. Like, I get the meme now. Now I totally fucking understand. Holy shit. I got into work because I said I can't get the question to work on this fucking French keyboard, and this guy at my work went to management and complained that I was being racist. Wait, what? What the fuck? Quebec are still salty that they lost versus the Anglos in the Plain of Abraham in a 30-minute massacre more than 400 years ago. Oh my God! N-word found in history book used by Montreal high schools. Word appears in reference to a 1968 book by Pierre Valliere about Francophone Quebecers. A Quebec history textbook uses the N-word in reference to a book that compares Francophone Quebecers' struggle to that of African Americans in the Civil Rights era. I mean, there was a chatter that literally said, like, you don't make fun of Mexicans. Perhaps they should separate. I mean, I've watched this before. I've seen this exact video.
Didn't they teach you how to pipe down at CJEP?
C'est quoi son problème?
Hey! He said simmers down, so simmers down! Why don't you go eat some tartars, you snail-sucking mime lovers?
J'ai rien compris, mais y'a pas de raison de t'exciter de même, toi! C'est cool!
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but turn that shit down! I would rather have Celine Dion!
Ah, yes. J'ai pas compris ce que t'as dit, mais j'ai entendu Céline Dion sur un ton hostile.
Y'a personne qui parle de Céline Dion avec un ton hostile, OK?
Céline
Dion, là, c'est un trésor national, un vrai ange. On aime quand c'était notre propre mère.
Ouais, le voisin est talentueux aussi.
What do they say about arguing with idiots?
They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience.
Over and out. I could be helpful here, fellas.
Yeah, we got this, we got this. I still don't know what the fuck you're saying, but you're saying it now in a hostile tone. And yous don't speak to us in a hostile tone.
Je vois que vous avez une belle fille avec vous. Ça doit être la seule de toute la province d'Ontario.
Ouais. Absolument, les belles femmes sont françaises.
Toujours françaises.
Ouais, puis toi, tu sais même pas quoi faire avec une femme française.
I still don't know what the fuck you're saying, but other than George St. Pierre, every Frenchman is a fucking pussy. So yous better simmer down, and I mean right now.
Va donc écouter du Brian Adam à Saskatoon, mon tabarnak.
Well, why don't you go to a poutine festival in the Thetford Mines?
Va donc faire un rodéo à Moose-Jack, cowboy. Bye-bye, mon cowboy.
Why don't you go canoeing to Three Rivers, you inbred fur traders?
Hey, Chris! Go eat in the Nemo bar in Kamloops. Hey, mange la merde!
I fucking know what that means.
I love Nanaimo bars.
Because you do pot.
And why'd you go savagely force-feed a duck and then enjoy your foie gras in a sugar shack, Trudeau?
Why don't you go snowshoe to the Bell Center to watch back-to-back sold-out Simple Plan shows, then go eat some Montreal smoked meat, you bagel-munching rope pissers!
The first Quebec settlement was established on uninhabited land, no colonialism. Oh shit, dude. Never mind then. Sorry, guys. I was wrong. Chatter said so. No colonialism. Safe. What about the other ones? Why do you just talk about the first one? Bro, this motherfucker is, dude, there's literally people in here trying to be like, no, it was ethical. I'm gonna act like you care and what it matters, but the War Measures Act and military involvement. When Trudeau was asked by CBC reporter Tim Ralph how far he was willing to go to stop the FLQ, he replied, "Just watch me." 3 days later, on October 16th, the cabinet under Trudeau's chairmanship advised the governor to invoke the War Measures Act at the request of the Premier of Quebec, Robert Bourassa, and the Mayor of Montreal, Jean Drapeau. The War Measures Act gave sweeping powers to arrest the internment to the police. Provisions took effect at 4 a.m. shortly after hundreds of suspected FLQ members and sympathizers were rounded up. In total, 497 people were arrested, including singer Pauline Julien, her partner, future Quebec minister Gérald Godin, poet Gaston Miron, union activist Michel Chartrand, and journalist Nick Aufdemeux. Why is there a... Dude, Quebecers are like pulling the fucking alt-right memes now. We should talk about the Armenian genocide. Yeah, I mean, dude, the difference between you and I is that, like, I don't deny that. You know what I mean? Like, how are you not seeing the difference? Like, that's the point. Okay? I talk shit about America all the fucking time. I talk shit about Turkey all the fucking time. But the moment that I was like criticizing Quebec, everyone was like, oh, wait, no, no, no. The fact that you were able to read this message because you forgot the top of the hour? No, the thing is, we deny the parts you are wrong on history. The governor of Colorado just recently repealed an order that called for the people who killed Native Americans. Yeah, I know. America's so crazy. Your uncle does? No, he doesn't either. Genocide denying is not a current Quebecois thought. You are fighting a ghost? No, I'm just talking about how they're bringing that up as though I'm the one who... The act was imposed after negotiations with the FLQ had broken down and the premier of Quebec was facing the next stage of FLQ's agenda. So it seems like the Quebec authorities were the ones who requested the military to be involved, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. To be fair, these people in the chat are French hogs. We have a lot of nice and progressive people too, you know? Wait, the Canadian Army saw no action during its deployment, which lasted until November 12th. Only one soldier was killed when he tripped over his loaded rifle while on guard duty and inadvertently shot and killed himself. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, this is what this fucking person sent to me as like... Pierre Laporte was eventually found and killed by his captors. Quebec is super progressive on almost every issue except for racism and religion, which are tied together. Dude, this is like when Canadians are like, bro, look at how badly they beat the homeless population. Remember when there was like a protest happening or something, and then they were like, dude, you have to watch this video of police brutality, and I was like, I didn't want to watch it, and they were like, dude, you have to watch this, like, look at how brutal this is. And it was like motherfuckers in shorts and bicycles, and they were doing like a tickle party in comparison to like what we see on a daily basis in America. It's still unacceptable. But like, it was like relatively in shape or like skinny fat cops in like skin tight bicycle shorts, like pushing people. Meanwhile, in America, you're getting like beanbagged in the fucking face and like losing your eye and shit. The FLQ is a Marxist movement. You would love their manifestos. Or the English just passed them off as radical separatists to combat Quebec nationalism. Quebec also receives 11.7 billion in equalization from other Canadian provinces every year. Wait, really? And don't get me wrong, like Canada still has like horrifically oppressive police brutality too. But from what I understand, it's usually directed towards, you know, the First Nations people more so than other groups. So it kind of feels like white people being like, white people get fucking murdered by the police too. When people talk about like, you know, black people being killed in the hands of the police. Anyway, we'll look more at Europe world conquerors. I actually despise you and your terrible takes. You're such a hypocrite. Quebec wanting independence equals selfish. Some brown or blacks wanting independence. So woke. If they were left wing wanting independence, you'd cream. Anyway, what's to expect from your kind? Disgusting subhuman. P.S. Our Muslim headwear restrictions are justified. You people are scum. Vive la Française! I will put a cross emoji in here to show you. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. There's nothing braver to the cause of being a Nazi on the internet than being banned and then immediately starting a new sock account. So, and waiting, you know, 11 minutes specifically to be able to chat in a left-wing Twitch streamer's chat. Congratulations, sir. You did it. Anyway, I'm going to hit the 3-minute ad break here. The British tried to assimilate the French Canadians for 150 years, and there were a lot of economical inequalities until the 80s because the owners were English and the workers were French. That's where the resentment comes from, but it's delusional to say it's still here today. Dismissing it is plain wrong, though. This is one of the FLQ leaders. Wait, is this the guy that wrote the white N-words of America? Front de Libération du Québec, and author of N-word Blancs d'Amérique. Guy had some good ideas, man. Some really interesting ideas, it seems like. Quebec people think they can't oppress indigenous folk because they were oppressed by the English. I'm going to keep begging you to educate yourself on Quebec issues if you're going to continue talking about it. My friend, it seems like everybody suffers under the oppressive boot of capitalism. Okay? Oppressive boot of capitalist exploitation. But instead of analyzing it from that framework, when Quebecers routinely just talk about Quebec independence at a time when there's so many economic policies that they could be discussing, while simultaneously comparing themselves to other, colonized individuals, while they themselves have also engaged in some ways in that colonization, feels a little ridiculous. Says the streamer working for Amazon. Okay, Quebecers defending Quebec, make one argument that doesn't make you sound immediately like a fucking buffoon right-winger, okay? Like, what happened? Like, I feel like some of the people from Quebec, like, lost brain cells when I started mentioning Quebec. And they just, like... Did the stream get posted somewhere else? No, I think a lot of people have blind spots, and this seems to be one of those blind spots that I had talked about before. Anyway, we'll look at more of Quebec history tomorrow, okay? I'm enjoying it. So, gaming soon? Yes. Yeah, I gamed yesterday, dude. What do you want? It's not a lie. Gaming is happening more and more. Everyone is saying this. Anyway, this was a fun night. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I know I did. I want to wish you all a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay? Bye.
Stunlock to the Stunlock to the topic that's just begun.
Viva la
There
Quebec!
he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Grey names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat fight.